Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
Present.
Alderman Camo is here. Alderman Gavea.
Here.
Alderman Jettie.
Here.
Alderman Cathy.
Here.
Alderman Clemmons. Alderman Tebow.
Here.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
Here.
Commissioner Shea. Kathy Carden-Smith.
Here.
Michael Buckley.
Here.
Ruth Boland.
Here.
Alderman Moran.
Present.
And Alderman O'Brien.
Present. I have declared a quorum. And I should have mentioned last night, but we did receive correspondence from Alderman-at-Large Ben Clemmons. He is out of town due to a very important family business and unable to attend. Also in attendance is Tim Cummings, Economic Development Director, and expected shortly will be Matt Sullivan, Community Development Director.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Jeff. Just a quick one. Everybody on Zoom, we're having a technical difficulty with the feedback from Zoom, so they can all hear you. You'll be able to hear people on Zoom, but they can't see the chamber.
Okay.
So everything is normal, quote unquote, but they won't be able to see you in the chamber on Zoom.
Wow, Jeff, sounds like we're retro back to the days of radio. All right. Very good, thank you, Jeff.
All right, sorry to interrupt.
Now, we shall carry on. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
Oh, yes, and excuse me.
As am I.
Corporate Counsel, Stephen Bolton is here, and President of the Board of Aldermen at Large, Laurie Wilshire is also present, and Alderman Clay. And Alderman at Large, Shoshana Kelly, Alderwoman at Large, Shoshana Kelly, and Alderman Lopez.
No, I'm
Did I
not
miss anybody by chance? Okay. Again, we're gonna have to figure out a seat for Mr. Sullivan when he comes, but we'll work on
Mr.
that.
Sullivan won't be here, he's in Orlando.
Oh, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes,
Mr. Shea may be here
I'm
at some
sorry.
point,
Yeah, Mr. Matt Sullivan,
but not Matt.
he's in Orlando.
Mr. Sullivan's in Orlando.
Yes.
I should be in Orlando.
We should
All
all
right,
be in
very
Orlando.
good. At this time, open up for public comment. I will grab the sheet. Do you guys have a sheet?
Yes, we do.
Okay, understand this, we don't need the sheet, but if it really makes you feel good, we'll take the sheet.
Well, it's much easier.
No, no arguing. We'll take the sheet. Thank you very much.
Meet you halfway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perimeter reach.
All right, at this time, according to the sheet, I will call Karen Bill.
Excuse me, it's the back phone.
This is a timely reminder that we're trying to conduct the business of the people. So if everybody could please check your cell phone or your other listening devices and make sure they're on what we call mute. Thank you.
Karen Bill, 95 Carnell Place here in Nashua. I want to say that I am 100% in favor of outside dining on Main Street. I think most people are, there's a lot to be confused about. I'm zero in favor of using barriers to make that happen. Sure.
Yeah, they're playing your theme song again.
Can I have the next person?
Check
go?
1, 2, check 1, 2.
And I'll come back.
Yes,
This is an
you will,
elderly
Grace,
neighbor
if
who
it-
might
yeah.
be an emergency.
Yeah, no, I understand. Very good. I'll call Rich Lannon then.
Good evening, Rich Lannon. I live at 11 McGrath Road in Pelham, offices here in Nashua. I do own a couple of mixed-use buildings in downtown, which I think most of you know. I just wanted to speak quickly since I have another meeting to run to. I think having this committee, obviously, and the task force is great, and I think to tweak things a little bit. I did catch a little bit late last night, and I've talked to a bunch of people today. I think the revised plan that was submitted back, whatever it was now, 4 or 6 weeks ago, I think had a lot of thought, not just both with input from the public, at these public hearings, but more importantly to me is, as well, is all the experts and professionals of the city. You know, the engineers, the traffic people, because I know there's been a few occasions that I've called Director Cummings and even brought him downtown a year ago and say, why can't we do such and such, until I was told why we can't, because of public safety and traffic flow. So I learned through the last couple of year process, once this new plan came out, I still looked at it and thought, gee, I got a couple of great ideas, until I went downtown and physically looked at it and said, gee, I guess that won't work either. So I think there was a lot of thought from the professionals, add all the input from the public, pros and cons. And I think the task force, which when I heard the task force was being put together, I think it's a great idea to talk about it, whether you're talking about the timing, whether you're talking about repainting barriers and looking at it, but to kind of recreate the wheel, which is what seemed like it was last night and today. I was a little surprised, because I think the timing of this is really important. We're already into April tomorrow. And, you know, at this point here, I'm hoping, obviously, you folks can get through it tonight, to be able to make a, suggestion to the Board of Aldermen, because I can imagine that the restaurants or whatever businesses need to have outdoor seating. It's like almost like late now, because, it's bad enough when they had to a couple years ago know what's going on to buy tables and chairs and things. Now it's about getting employees. So they're gonna be up against the wall already, even if the decision was made completely tonight. So I'm just asking the board, I think there was a lot of thought put in this plan, discussing it, tweaking it a little bit, but going through and trying to remove a barrier here, add a barrier here. To me, that's been done, and it's kind of water over the bridge, and what
30
the new
seconds.
plan says. I just urge you to vote on that and move it on to the Board of Aldermen if you could. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bill, are you ready? Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Bill, 95 Parnell Place, Nashua. As I was saying, I am 100% in favor of outside dining on Main Street. Always have been, always will be. Loved it when it first started. How many years ago, Mike? Was it 20 years ago? 20? At least? It wasn't like from day one though, right?
No, 20
No.
years is close.
Yeah. So for 20 years, it's worked great. I'm 0% in favor of having to use barriers to make that happen. It worked for 18 years, and the only reason we brought the barriers in was COVID, okay? COVID's done for all intensive purposes. I am 100% in favor of having safe and equitable treatment for all businesses on Main Street, and for Nashua as a whole, for that fact. Excuse me. I am 0 in favor of limiting traffic lanes on Main Street at any point in time to 2 lanes, so emergency vehicles can do their job in 4 lanes without delay, without being hindered by delivery vehicles who will block any flow of traffic on a one-way. You know it's true. Hang out in the middle of Main Street for a half an hour and count how many UPS, FedEx, Prime, Amazon, all these that just stop. And they leave their vehicle unattended, idling or not, run in the building. Maybe they'll get a soda or a coffee while they're in there, but it's reality. I am 100% in favor of a thriving downtown. I grew up downtown. I became a pinball wizard downtown. I love downtown. I am 0% in favor of spending 1 red cent of taxpayer money to install even 1 barrier to make that happen. I am 100% against keeping the wolf in this hen house and handpicking committee members who represent their own special interests or the Board of Aldermen or mayor without bringing residents from outside of this much of Main Street. That's, it's called a democracy when you do that, by the way. I am 0% in favor of having alternate ideas, and, 100% in favor of having alternate ideas and people who contribute those ideas and have a seat at this table. Again, known as a democracy. I am 100% in favor of taking back Main Street for all
30 seconds.
taxpayers, residents, and visitors, not a few select businesses. It's not necessary. Pre-COVID, nobody was throwing their hands up in the air screaming, we need more tables, we just can't handle the volume. Come on, get real. It's time to let us have Main Street back
with 4 lanes for safety. And it's not just for the patrons at the businesses. Think about the hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people that live downtown
Time.
on a 3rd floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll remind the people on Zoom and the people that are speaking, this public comment is supposed to be for, as listed in the agenda, if you read the agenda, is only for items that are on the agenda. I'll allow a little leeway, but when we go away from the agenda, we extenuate the meetings. So please keep that in mind. I will now go to Zoom. I'll recognize Beth Scare.
Hi. So what's exactly on the agenda? I looked at it quickly.
She asked what's on the agenda.
It's her job to look at the agenda.
Yeah, ma'am, it's up to you, not to be rude, but it's your responsibility in public speaking to look at the agenda, ma'am.
Okay, well, I thought we were still talking about the downtown expanded dining. So to follow up on my comments from last night, about the pollution, the exhaust, okay, what I was talking about was the exhaust from traffic that was trapped, you know, in a traffic jam because of the barriers. And that exhaust is a leading cause of heart disease in this country. And heart disease is a leading killer of people in this country. And we have a lot of people downtown who are already struggling with poverty and disabled and homelessness. And we don't need to add a new serious health problem on top of all that. And there was some talk about the barriers not, you know, the problems of the sightliness of the barriers being solved by painting them. And I would beg to differ on that. I'm glad you're taking down the flashing signs. Those were pretty awful. But they're still, they call them Jersey barriers, and they make it look like Jersey. So they're still hideous, even if you paint them, even if you take away the flashing signs, they're hideous. And I also wanted to say, just because there's traffic jams elsewhere in the city doesn't mean we should add new traffic jams. I mean, we should be working to limit traffic jams with whatever abilities we have, technology, you know, traffic engineering, building, making new roads, everything, you know, signage, whatever we can. We shouldn't say, because there's traffic jams one place, why not have more traffic jams downtown? And that leads me to my concern.
30 seconds.
There's lots of magical thinking going on here, or someone on Facebook called it hand waving. I appreciate last night you made some progress towards some more equitable handling of the businesses, storefronts, and I really beg you to continue with that, to be fair to everyone in the community, the taxpayers, the businesses, the restaurants, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize on Zoom, is it Cole Morgan?
Yes, thank you. Cole Morgan, 20 Lock Street. I just wanted to say a couple quick things in favor of the barriers coming back. I feel like having an expanded outdoor space does make Nashville feel much more like a true city and urban center versus just a big town. In accordance with the master plan that was accepted, a version of expanded seating and expanded sidewalks with slightly reduced traffic patterns or altered traffic patterns was actually accepted, I believe, by this Board of Aldermen. Emergency vehicles operate daily in cities with one-way streets and alleyways just fine. This is not a problem that Nashua has. It's a problem just of cities. So I welcome the problems and challenges of big cities. That means we're making progress. So totally in favor of this. I do think the barrier should be more neutral. I think we all everyone here in Nashua does seem to support the arts, although I think maybe a little more neutral, a little more blending would be nice. And that's it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now back to the list. I'll recognize Paula Johnson.
Good evening, Paula Johnson, 15 Westbourne Drive. I'm a member of the Board of Education, but I'm speaking here regarding myself and not them. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My whole issue has been since last year that there was no handicapped accessible sign parking. And last night when Mr. Cummings was showing us on the board, I believe it was him, and I always questioned that there was a parking spot in front of San Francisco Kitchen. Everybody told me no. Here it is. Here it is. So we did take this away and it never came back. As a matter of fact, I believe there's a 90-minute parking sign sitting right there. So we did take them back. Mr. Cummings said that we're going to relocate handicapped parking spot. Well, where are we relocating them to? If people are coming downtown to shop or go to the restaurants there, you can't put them on West Hollis Street and expect them to walk to Main Street. There's called ADA and reasonable accommodation and accessibility. That means, you know, when we talk about the ramps, I don't think it's funny, Mr. Cummings. I really don't. Because unless you...
Please.
I am focusing, because unless you have a disability, a walking disability,
Please don't address
you don't
members of the...
understand what
Ma'am,
it's like.
please, your comments, please.
You know, on my board, we're allowed to say anything to board members. So anyway, so last night I went home, and before I left, I looked up the national network on ADA, and then there's the Northeast ADA Association. Here's part of what I printed out. There has to be reasonable accommodations. The chairman last night spoke about, are we even doing things right? Hopefully I got that right. We've been letting them be on the sidewalks and now in the street. There has to be ADA compliance that wheelchairs can pass going on the sidewalks. And when you have the ramps going last year from the sidewalks, it was going into the street so they can access the tables. I took pictures of it. It wasn't that it can help them go across the street. It was just going down the ramp to the tables. But that wasn't parking. So why are we forgetting about people with a disability? I think it's sad. And why should we have to come here and fight for this? You know, we talk about people fighting for their rights. It seems like I come in here many a times fighting for the taxpayers' rights, fighting for the children's rights on the board who have disabilities, and now
30
adults
seconds.
who have disabilities that can't walk. I'm not going downtown to buy anything because I can't park. And if there's days that I can't walk, you've now taken my rights away to visit downtown, to have that accessible tagged spot. Every spot is right for people with disabilities, but anybody can park there. Not everybody can park on that tagged handicap spot. And it is a shame here that people have to come in and fight. The barriers, I
Time.
didn't like them, they didn't look nice, but if you want to have the tables, you need to take care of the handicapped people in this city too. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Sennett.
Thank you. Tim Sennett, 62 Underhill Street, Nashua. I'm here tonight to ask if it's at all procedurally possible for you to reconsider a motion that was taken last night that I feel was done short-sightedly and without a full picture of the downtown area. I spent an hour downtown today. I parked at the Elm Street lot. I started out from walking from City Hall and did several loops up to the Main Street Bridge and back. In considering the parking spots that are immediately abutting the frontage of restaurants and businesses, you'd be cutting off 7 at the pass just by not, if you didn't take into consideration any of the allowances from their neighbors. 7 restaurants on Main Street don't have a parking lot that is exclusively in front of their frontage. I also think that consideration wasn't given to the overhead businesses on Main Street. We considered abutting businesses, storefronts, but we did not consider abutting entrances to businesses that are above those restaurants. If you give that consideration to the retailers there, you're going to be having the overhead businesses asking for this consideration as well. I feel like this was done short-sightedly without a full picture of what the parking situation is on Main Street, and it should be reconsidered. Because right now, if we continue going on to map 3, evaluating where we're gonna put barriers, where we're gonna put cones, where we're gonna put barrels, we're working with a picture that we don't even fully understand. Because without knowing which businesses will have the allowances from their neighbors, we don't know where outside dining is. In my opinion, making that motion last night effectively killed this for half the businesses on Main Street. I don't think that was done right. I think there are equitable solutions for retailers and restaurants, and I think more consideration needs to be given to that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to step back to Zoom. I'll recognize Laura Calhoun.
Laura Calhoun, 30 Greenwood Drive. I just want to restate how I feel. I do not like the barriers. If anybody looked on Facebook today, they would have realized there was a post about Nashua from 2010 showing all the outside seating, dining that they had, and it looked very nice, and it wasn't in the streets. I think if we look back over what we had, we'll still have that quaint little town that we want. Somebody had the nerve to say, you know, New York, London, and Paris do, you know, outside dining. Well, the city of Nashua is nowhere near London, New York, and/or Paris. I also would like to know, we pay, the taxpayers, pay for a traffic engineer. And I want to know why he has not been attending any of these meetings, because I don't like secondhand questions being asked. I think we should be able to ask him directly. And I'm looking at the website, and the last time a traffic impact report was done for the city of Nashua was May of 2000. And I think, you know, if you want, you know, you're trying to shove this down our throats, but meantime, nobody's giving us really the correct answers or the most honest answers, and we're not seeing the reports that we should be receiving. I'm therefore asking you to squash this. Do not put the barriers up. It just does not make Nashua look like a little quaint city, makes it look like New York. And I moved out of New York, and I don't want to go back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll also recognize from Zoom, Allison Dyer.
Hi, Allison Dyer, 9 Squire Drive, Nashua, New Hampshire. I just wanted to go back to, on the agenda, it talks about the elimination of parking and you know, seasonal road closures. I keep going back to the safety issue in Nashua, that December 8th meeting where the chief did speak to the minute increased response time and the police talking about officer safety with regards to having to potentially pull people over on Main Street. It could be an issue for even the patrons in outside dining, the police officers themselves, the people in which they're pulling over. I just really think that while I don't think anyone will argue that the outdoor dining isn't a wonderful part of Nashua, but the blocking off of spaces or lanes on Main Street in order to do that, I still go back to that safety issue, because at the end of Main Street, we do have 2 hospitals, and I do understand that there are other ways in which to get to those hospitals. But I just find that we could, as Laura Calhoun, the previous speaker, stated, maybe look back at what we had previously done to make the outdoor dining wonderful without blocking spaces off and potentially causing a safety issue for the citizens of Nashua and or our, you know, wonderful police and fire and ambulance. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go back to the list. Bob Cagney.
Bob Kagan, 23 Hampton Drive in Nashua. I also have a store at 200.
Excuse me, Mr. Cagney, can you move the mic up? Yeah.
How's
Thank
this?
you.
You're welcome. 23 Hampton Drive, and I also have a store at 204 Main Street. I'm 100% in favor of the barriers. They are probably makes traffic much safer than having the cars fly down the street all day, all night. Making it 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes slows everybody down. People that are jaywalking across the street are much, much safer. I had so many things I wanted to say, and then listening to some of these ladies with their ideas kind of threw me off. The restaurants are what's saving downtown. Without the restaurants, downtown is gonna end up being a ghost town. There's plenty of parking for handicapped people. Anybody with a handicap placard can park virtually anywhere they want. So saying that there's no parking and these people have to walk 200 feet to get to a restaurant is untrue. You can park as long as you want, anywhere you want. That's all I can think of right now. That got me a little flustered. The only reason I'm back here is because it is not true that, and the other thing is, in order for with the slower traffic makes people slow down, see what kind of businesses we have downtown, and say, oh, there's an optical store. I own an optical store. There's an optical store there that I haven't seen, that I've been coming downtown for 20 or 30 years. There's a restaurant that I didn't know was here. Slow traffic is nice. People are safer, people are happier, and people like eating outside and downtown. And in this, nobody minds eating in the street. Thank you.
Ms. Calhoun, can you mute your microphone, please?
I'll call Laureato Adams.
Before you start the clock, could I ask for a clarification on this agenda? We're supposed to speak to items on the agenda, but we don't get the packet that shows us what these maps are. They're not online or available. So when I came here yesterday and I came today, I don't have any of the information. So I don't know how we're expected to speak to it because all we have are words and I don't know what they refer to. So I would like in the future that, I don't know if you have pictures of this stuff, but if you do, I would like a copy of that. Somebody send it to me. That's an information request. And consider putting it online because I don't know how to follow your orders to do that if you don't give it to us. I don't know how to speak to it. So that being said, did you start the clock on me?
We started the clock.
Thanks a lot. Wayne Husband is our traffic engineer, and Mr. O'Brien, you keep referring to Dan Hudson as the traffic engineer over and over again last night. Dan Hudson is the city engineer. Could somebody please tell me why our traffic engineer isn't here? Highly paid, well-paid guy whose sole focus is traffic. And we keep bringing up traffic issues saying, we'll go check it out. Get him here. Get Wayne Hudson here. Also, some of the statements made last night on Factory Street, you know, a restaurant that's coming in wants the barriers. Of course they do, they're free. Anyone who's gonna come in and can get extra space is gonna say, I'll take them, why not? So I think we do have to have some financial plan. If you're gonna take the space, that there's gonna be a payment for that space. One of the members of the task force talked about how we were nitpicking a plan that the experts already had looked at. This isn't nitpicking. It's our ability to be involved in this. And the gentleman who spoke first said, hey, this has been well vetted and the public's had plenty of time for comment. We didn't. We were left in the dark from December 8th until, February. We had no input. And this wasn't gonna have input until the public said, please allow it. So it's not nitpicking. Barriers don't calm traffic, they create a traffic jam. I think it creates a traffic jam. Being stuck in traffic isn't necessarily calming, it's annoying. The mayor's data, it was stated, shows strong results at certain times. I don't see that. Give me that data. Show me that data. And compared to what? Show me what existed before because I don't have that. When you had outdoor dining, 100% for outdoor dining. I've used it, I loved it. Show me that data so I can compare it to what it is. And all the businesses, I found it, issue on Factory Street when Mr. Shea said all the businesses that were offered feedback. Who was that? Because we didn't do it for everyone. It's as if you had to be lucky to know that you could give feedback. Not every business was asked to give feedback or knew about it. Finally, Mr. O'Brien, you were a little short-tempered last night, and you kept saying, remember, we're doing this for one block. No, you're not.
Time.
You're doing it for us, too.
Going back now to Zoom, Matthew Guthrie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Alderman O'Brien, just a point of order before I begin. Your online video presence is not the meeting, but rather a YouTube search for music videos on the band The Corrs. And while I'm a big fan of Irish music, if you're gonna host a professional meeting, you should at least have a professional presence for the taxpayers and stakeholders who are trying to follow along online. This is Matthew Guthrie, 104 Fawn Lane. It's astonishing the breakneck speed that this meeting is trying to push this through. And with all due respect to the chair, that's exactly what's happening here. It's being forcibly pushed through.
Excuse me, sir, are you questioning my race with Irish music?
I am not. I am Irish as well.
Okay, I'm
So
confused.
as I said,
Where did you get the Irish music?
if you go to the website, there is a YouTube
I have no
search.
control over that. It's a computer glitch, so carry on.
I was bringing it to your attention that you may let your technical people know. That was all. Anyways, in continuing what I was saying, I understand this is a race for space. If you're going to try and get this proposal, as poorly conceived as it is, to get outdoor dining to fulfill the vision for the mayor and our economic development director to reshape our downtown historic district for years to come, in this city, I just think we license so many things. We license dogs, alarms, even pool tables. But when it comes to our most precious commodity, downtown parking, we cannot even consider a fee-based system for a business that would benefit from outdoor dining to offset the cost of our taxpayers here in Nashua. What you need to understand is that making these decisions, these clunky graffiti barriers will be in place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for month's end. With a 6% utilization for seating from this same exercise in the same area in 2021, this is an unnecessary economic tax grab. We haven't even seen any economic feasibility study that said if you build it, they will come. One thing that we've been waiting for is a traffic study, and that was a major discussion in the past meetings. Here you are sitting squabbling over what traffic calming measures you're going to use, and if you have absolutely no data as to what the extent of the traffic for these proposed areas, without clear direction, you're hoping that the drivers will adhere to where you want them to go. This is a dangerous gamble.
30
And
seconds.
yet, another example as to why we should have been more properly planned out before being presented. The only person in this committee, the traffic engineer, hasn't even been to one of the meetings. Once again, this is all being done against the will of your residents who have overwhelmingly spoken out against this. The attitude that you know better than our residents is detrimental to the purpose of this task force that's in place. We clearly understand that you're not looking at this with an open mind, but rather trying to find a way by hook or by crook to make this possible
Time.
and to create traffic gridlock, reduce parking, and a potential safety hazard in our historic downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with Zoom, I will now recognize O'Brien is unprofessional. Can you please give us your correct name and your address, please? Is somebody trying to sabotage us?
No, they're,
So somebody is sabotaging the meeting. Very interesting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
it's Jeff again. I have changed their name 3 times, and that time I didn't catch it. I apologize.
so somebody's deliberately doing this?
Yes, it appears.
Okay, then I think we're gonna move on. You know, if it continues, I may have to change these to just the in-house. We'll have to see. I'll recognize somebody from the chamber, Cheryl Roy. I called you now, but I will wait. Gary Wingate then.
My name is Gehrig, Wingate, 15 Sherman Street in Nashua. I get a couple of bullet points I'd like to share with you. So today I called the general managers of 2 prominent Portsmouth restaurants, and I talked to Bobby at Rose's and Jackie at Moxie's. They both certified that they have extended outdoor dining in their parking area in front of their restaurants. That is true of all the restaurants in Portsmouth. As we voted here last night, they also can only place their tables and chairs within the boundaries of their restaurants. They both have non-restaurant abutters and respect the fact that they need to have parking for their customers. They also mentioned that they built their platforms themselves, and they all fitted within the parking limits within their Jersey barrier boundaries. Perhaps the restaurants here can research and find the right size tables and chairs to fit the boundaries of the parking spaces and maintain the 4 lanes of traffic, which is the #1 complaint from both businesses and employees and customers and emergency vehicles. This is really interesting. None of them have dining on the sidewalks. They all are too narrow. So there was a bit of envy that the sidewalks were designed in such a way here in Nashua to accommodate the dining on the actual sidewalk with room for pedestrian traffic. We should be very thankful for that and not take that for granted. #2, I took a stroll by Jajabelle's again today, and with her smaller scale cafe chairs and tables, she could legitimize actually several tables along not only her storefront, but even a couple on the sidewalk along with the streeters, with plenty of room for pedestrian traffic between the two. Or, as suggested last night, get permission from her abutter to place some in the front of her store. Like I said, she's only open 5 days a week, most days between 8 and 2. She is not open for late afternoon, she's not open in the evening, and she's not open at nights. The manager of the Bank of America and Gentle Dental employees both feel that much space is unnecessary. It blocks off parking for about 90% of that available block. I would like to propose no extended dining for that block and utilize the sidewalk space due to the usage and hours of operation. #3, we are in favor of pay-to-play. Like I said, Portsmouth does it, Concord does it. I've talked to Michael Buckley, Kathy Cardin, Ruth Boland, they all are for it. I had a talk with Tim Cummings last night after the meeting, and we both agreed it would not take long to measure the square footage and number of parking spots for each restaurant. We talked about starting at $5 a square foot and going up. Get some number and present it to the individual restaurants so they can decide if it's worth doing or not. So I propose in the planning, the relevant person who would do these measurements do
30
so within
seconds.
the next couple of days. I propose, as stated last night, the extended outdoor dining should start on Memorial Day, Friday, the May 27th, and extend to Labor Day on the 5th. Lastly, at the end of the meeting, it came out who owns the parking and sidewalks. Well, to me and others, the city owns the parking and the sidewalks. And we as homeowners and business owners that pay the taxes are the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognized on Zoom, Lou J.
Good evening, Lou Jarris here from Hain Street, 56 Hain Street in Nashua. So the dining, the expanded dining, and the extra seating is a big draw. We are competing. We're competing against Manchester, Lowell, to some extent Boston, some of the surrounding towns. It brings people in. And it brings people in to some of the retail and additional shops that we have downtown. And it piques the interest of maybe people wanting to stay, wanting to buy real estate, et cetera. There'll also be some more housing downtown. There'll be more buildings being built, and this is gonna be an attraction for people to step outside and just walk over. I wanna thank economic developer Cummings, the mayor, for the work that they've done on this so far, the task force and the board members. And I just wanna let you know, we are in competition. And these other towns have baseball teams. They have AA baseball teams. We have a baseball team too. They have AA baseball teams. They have other amenities, stadiums, arenas, et cetera. And it's for the 4 months, it's in my view, well worth the effort and maybe some of the traffic, some of the slowdown, whatever you want to call it. It is worth it to keep the draw, to keep this unique experience going during these months, especially, even after Labor Day. It's nice and warm in September, early October, people want to hang out, and people residents as well as visitors seem to enjoy it, and it is a benefit to the city. And those meetings that we had a few weeks ago, they talked about it. They talked about it during the meeting, during the hearing from 2 or 3 weeks ago. That night it snowed. There was a lot of explanation, a lot of due diligence, and a lot of effort in this presentation and in the effort to make this happen. Thank you again.
Thank you. Recognize on Zoom, Jeff?
Hey everyone, hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
This is Jeff Boyce, 16 Hadley Drive. I've spoken before, so I'm not going to get into the vibrancy of downtown type of arguments. I'm supportive of the barriers and the expansion of it based on the demand by Nashua taxpayers. They're the ones sitting on the street. They're the ones that want to sit on the street, and they're the ones that should be able to choose to be served on the street. I'm going to, I guess, just quickly go through what's been discussed the last couple of days and give a different point of view. From a safety perspective, I believe slowing down traffic on Main Street is vital. As others have said on this call, it's a historic downtown. So someone ripping down Main Street at 60 miles an hour is ridiculous. I used to live on Main Street. I lived on Main Street for 8 years, about 10 years ago. And it was a joke. There were literally Harleys ripping up and down Main Street from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. every single day. The same group of people, dozens of times, because that's what they did. They drove up and down Main Street. I don't think that is what we want our Main Street to be in our historic downtown. It's easier for vehicles to manage because barriers are predictable. Someone pulling over on a road that's supposed to be driven down to parallel park next to it is an abrupt stop that creates more dissonance than a predicted signed barrier. Other things on safety. Obviously, downtown is the center of our city. We have the East Hollis Street Fire Department, 1 mile away. We have the Lake Street Fire Department, 1 mile away. We have the Amherst Street Fire Department, 1 mile away. We have 2 regional medical centers, a mile or 2 away. We even have the biggest pharmacy in Nashua, CVS, right in the middle of downtown. How much safer can downtown be? It is literally sitting behind a barrier on Main Street is literally the safest place in Nashua to be. A fire truck could get to Main Street 10 times faster than they get to my home. You want to be on Main Street. So that's the safety issue. And on the handicapped issue, if it was up to me, every single parking spot on Main Street would be handicapped. Handicapped or extremely short-term parking. We have garages, we have legs. If you're capable, you can do it. It's from a taxpayer perspective, as I said before, it is about the taxpayers. They're the ones sitting on the street. Restaurateurs aren't sitting on the street. We have no desire to have empty patios. The pandemic created...
30 seconds.
What the pandemic did was showed us the demand. And it is the taxpayers that want to sit on the street. It's not us. Restaurants generate $6.5 million coming back to this community this year. Restaurants, hotels, and rentals. You want to give that up for 25 cents for 15 minutes? The Nashua taxpayers want to make money off their spots, and they're going to do it from restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair and the clerk would like to recognize that we've been joined by Commissioner Paul Shea. And Jeff, can you just make sure that Mr. Shea can have access, to be live, not be kept on mute so he can participate? He is a member of this particular committee.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, sir. The chair would like to recognize Derek Anderson.
Good evening, Chair. This is Derek Anderson, 129 Main Street, and I am the owner of Wingate Pharmacy. I just wanted to first start out and thank all of the committee members, both the aldermen and the non-aldermen on the task force, for the tremendous amount of time that has been put into this plan. I am in support of 4 lanes and parking with parking spots being utilized for the extended dining only, and also that the restaurants would have to use spots that are in front of their zones only. However, I know last evening someone brought up the question as to how we would, you folks would find out if abutters were willing to help out their neighboring restaurants, and I am here to say in public that if we still have the 4 lanes and the extended dining is restricted to parking lanes only, that I would graciously allow Ms. Gomez to use that spot that does infringe on our storefront a little bit, and not have any issues. I know that the hairdresser on the other side of her is greatly in favor of extended dining as well. I'm sure he would give up space in front of his establishment to help her out as well. Also, I think we can get rid of that garden and give her a ton of space out there. A lot has been said that downtown Nashua is a destination. I disagree with that. I don't think it is a destination yet. I think we have a lot of work to do. In order for it to be a destination, we have to create a way for traffic to get around downtown. Many other cities that have a destination downtown also have either a bypass route or other parallel routes people can get by very easily. Concord, I mean, they have several parallel routes around their downtown, so it's not as congested as we have it. Portsmouth, even, it's very tiny downtown, but there's several streets you can feed around all the shops and restaurants. So until we can do a proper infrastructure study for the entire city and how we can move traffic, then I don't think we are going to be a destination. We have to start with that first, and then we can move on to narrowing Main Street if we would like. I would be in favor of a plan down the road, as long as we can figure out how to put through traffic around the downtown. One of the reasons I'm against having restaurants by default allowed to
30
move in
seconds.
front of retail spaces, thank you, sir, is we have storefronts, and we use our storefronts to advertise our products. That spot that is right in front of us that has a little bit of the restaurant next to us that would come into, that's our durable medical equipment. People drive by our street, look over, and they see that. If there's tables and chairs and umbrellas and heaters and music displays out, our storefront windows, which is our advertising, is going to be blocked. So, but I would give that up if we keep the 4 lanes. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene Saliski.
Mr. Chairman, also, I'm not sure if you recognize Alderman John Sullivan's joined us via Zoom as well.
Okay, didn't. Let the record show that we are also joined by Alderman John Sullivan.
Hi, everybody. I'm back again to say I oppose barriers, but I don't oppose outdoor dining. I think it can be limited and it can be accessible for all people.
Your name and address,
Say your name and address for the record, please.
Charlene Saleski, 9 Hill Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. So again, I'm not against it, but I am against the barriers. I would like to see the 4 lanes. There's a lot of empty storefronts downtown also that maybe we could ask for a diverse amount of people to come in with a different level of attractions if it's going to be heading towards being a destination. I've asked for children's museum, I've asked for family restaurant, anything more than more restaurants right now. I come home late night from a restaurant that I work in South Nashua, and in the evening what I see is a lot of people not necessarily eating, and I question whether maybe instead of taking away from other businesses, because some of the restaurants are only open 25 to 30 hours a week and are closed for a few days completely, that maybe they could limit their hours to Thursday, Friday, Saturday night from 4 until 10 at night and allow the businesses to conduct their business. I also wondered about going back to head-in parking and not parallel parking. I also wanted to point out that at Clock Tower, there were 33 break-ins into cars the other night. There were catalytic converters cut out of cars in the high street parking. Those are places that I really want to navigate to come to go to the pharmacy, to the bank, to get an ice cream cone with my little grandkids. It's not feasible for me. I had asked last night maybe about a shuttle for people that made reservations for restaurants downtown, that they could catch a shuttle a little ways out, not worry about parking, and then their 90 minutes are up. They leave. You know, is there a limit on drinking in those 90 minutes? Maybe we take out the center islands that really don't serve a purpose. I like the lighted sidewalks at night, but maybe add another one of those for people crossing. I'm glad to see those blinking lights go. Those are distracting to me. I agree with Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend for the outdoor dining. I think that bistro tables and pub tables are all really very nice for people to sit at and enjoy the good weather. Last year, unfortunately, for the restaurants, there was an awful rainy season, and I don't think they were able to
30 seconds.
use it to what they want. Again, I was gonna ask about the safety for downtown, how we're gonna handle that, and the handicap parking I go back to. I know they say that every handicapped person can use a regular space, but if all those regular spaces are taken by regular, how is a handicapped person gonna know where to go? I don't know how that solves that for people that really need it, and it could be me one day, so I would appreciate that accommodation being made accessible. I guess that's really all I
Time.
have to say tonight. I thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, back to Cheryl Roy.
Cheryl Roy, Hill Street, Nashua. I'm 100% in favor of outdoor dining. I think it's great. Outdoor dining is wonderful. Who doesn't like a nice night sitting outside to eat? But I am zero in favor of the barriers. I think they're horrific. They look awful. I'm 100% in favor of safe and equitable treatment of all businesses on Main Street in Nashua. But I'm zero in favor of limiting traffic lanes on Main Street at any time of the day. I'm 100% in favor of a thriving downtown. I'm 0% in favor of spending 1 red cent of taxpayer money to put a barrier up, to make that happen. I'm 100% against keeping the wolf in the hen house and handpicking committee members who represent their own special interests or those of the BOA and mayor. I am 0% in favor of alternative ideas and people who contribute those ideas to have a seat at the table. This is also known as democracy. We heard that earlier tonight. I'm 100% in favor of taking back Main Street for all taxpayers, residents, and visitors, not a few select businesses.
Seeing nobody else on Zoom for public comment, and anybody else in the chamber? Seeing none, we'll move on to items on the agenda. Communications. We have received one communication from a member of this committee, joint committee, Alderman at large Ben Clemens. So without exception, to accept the communication, and it is to be read by Alderman Dowd.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I talked to Alderman Clemens today that his family has a very serious medical issue when he's out of town and can't join us tonight even by Zoom. But he sent an email, said please read at tonight's meeting, RE amendment. In regards to allowing only the parking spaces directly in front of restaurants to be used, I believe this is a solution in search of a problem. The plan that was presented in the original legislation is a compromise that takes into account the concerns about safety, parking, and traffic. This legislation in its original form has many intentions. I ask my fellow board members to stop picking away at all of these and rethink this amendment. Adding this amendment effectively kills the legislation by taking away the authority of the elected Board of Aldermen to make the best decisions on behalf of the citizens and taxpayers, and it gives it to the private sector. No business owns a parking spot, and no business or entity outside of the Board of Aldermen should be dictating terms of how or who may use a parking space. The purpose of the exercise is to go through block by block, was to have the Board of Aldermen decide how the space was going to be used with input from the stakeholders and the public, not the other way around. We are elected to make tough decisions and shouldn't delegate them out to individual businesses to make on behalf of other businesses, especially pitting neighbors against neighbors. The idea of the expanded outdoor dining is to help downtown Nashua become a destination that people want to go and spend time in. It is to help restaurants succeed further by offering them a place to further expand their otherwise outdoor dining. Let's support that goal and reverse this amendment.
Thank you. Alderman Dowd, can you make sure that a hard copy is provided and to be placed on file with the automatic administrative assistant, and therefore entered into the record.
And we'll send it to her right now.
Thank you. Okay, now we're back right to a regular order of business. However, last night we did take a vote and basically questioning, and I posed the question of where does the boundaries begin and end on the particular properties, as we saw in many of the slides. They did not coincide with the property boundaries as far as the parking spaces. Of course, they were never intended to do so. So therefore, I question if we are in some uncharted waters legally with this. So I asked corporate counsel to join us this evening and to, if he would be so kind, could he render such opinion on this, please?
Thank you. To the extent I understand the question, typically in New Hampshire, the abutting property owner to a roadway owns to the center of the street, one on each side, typically. Circles become much more complicated and curves and so forth, but that ownership interest that the abutting property owner has is subject to the right-of-way of the public. When it's an accepted city street that the municipality is responsible for the maintenance of, it is the governing body of the town or city that has the authority to determine how that right-of-way is to be configured, how wide the sidewalk will be, how many travel lanes for automobiles or bicycles or pedestrians, and where they'll be located. Whether parking will be allowed on the edges of that right-of-way or in the middle of the right-of-way or wherever, whether no parking will be permitted at any time, whether parking will be subject to time limits, whether there'll be charges for parking by way of meters or cell phone apps or however. So that easement is controlled by that right-of-way, which is an easement, is controlled by the governing body of the municipality. So in the case of Nashua, it is the Board of Aldermen. The abutting property owner cannot say whether the parking space in front of his property is going to be for free, is going to be for payment, is going to be closed for certain hours, is going to be parking permitted 24 hours a day. It's not up to the abutting property owner. But the right-of-way, the easement, is for viatic use. Now, viatic use is an evolving concept. Originally, viatic meant for travel. And we were talking about horses and buggies. We were always talking about pedestrian travel. More recently, viatic use has come to include vehicular travel and all sorts of motorized vehicles. It includes transportation of cargo, houses at times, people towing boats and trailers, freight delivery, so forth. It also has come to include the uses for utility lines, wires, conduits, pipes, and so forth. So your gas pipes, your water pipes, sewer, drain lines, electrical wiring, cable television, all of those things have been determined to be viatic use. Parades, spectators in the right-of-way, viewing parades, all of which have been determined to be proper viatic uses. Now, I think it's questionable whether dining is a viatic use. But when you're talking about putting tables in the right-of-way with the owner's permission, so in front of property owned by the restaurant or leased to the restaurant by the owner, there's no problem with that. The owner is permitting that use, in fact, desiring that use. I think you do have a problem if you're trying to permit somebody to put their restaurant table and chairs in front of someone else's property in the right-of-way, on the sidewalk, or in part of the roadway, be it the former location of parking or not. But I don't think this has anything to do with whether the property line between two properties coincides with the line between two parking spaces. Table can be placed in the right-of-way, sidewalk, former parking space, former travel lane, with the city's permission, with the permission of the abutting property owner, in front of that property owner's property. Some property owner that doesn't want that on the sidewalk in front of his property, or extending out into the parking space where the parking spaces used to be. Yeah, the property line is the property line extended out into the middle of the road, perpendicular to the line of tangent of the curve in the center of the through lane of traffic on the right-of-way. So the geometry may be complicated at times, but that line can be determined. You're on one side of the line and you've got permission of the property owner or the person who that right to determine that has been delegated to, a lessee, for example, then you're fine. If it's property that's controlled by an abutting owner, well, they have the say for that non-viatic use in front of their property. This board cannot control that. You can't take property from someone and say, I'm giving it to someone else. You also cannot require someone to get permission from someone else to make use of their property. So I'm not entirely sure what was discussed last night in that regard, but if anyone has further questions based upon that explanation, I'll see what I can do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I do have a motion that will probably relate to this discussion, if I can make it.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Co-Chair, having voted on the prevailing side, I motion for reconsideration on the motion referencing permission to the, asking permission to the abutter to approve space in front of the storefront or restaurant front for expanded dining.
Okay, let the,
And I would like to speak to the motion.
yeah, just one sec, we've got to let the clerk catch up to
You
speed.
can go ahead, I'll write it and then
Okay, do you
I'll
have
make
it?
sure that it's okay.
Yeah, you may speak to your motion.
I too had the opportunity to speak to Attorney Bolton prior to this meeting, and I believe the motion last night maybe was not germane and moot at this point, because as you just heard, you already have to get permission from the abutter. If hopefully I'm not mincing your words. So you also heard Attorney Bolton say you cannot require that someone get permission from the neighbor, and that's what that motion last night did. So I believe, since it is moot, that I would urge everyone to vote no. I'm sorry, yes, vote yes to reconsider, and then we'll vote again on the actual motion. In the same vein, I would just encourage everyone that we're all professionals. A lot of us are elected officials. if we don't get our way, if we could just tone it down a bit, you know, our representatives would like, we're representatives of the people. I think democracy is tough. It's very, very tough. And we should not be so animated when a vote doesn't go our way.
Okay, to facilitate this, so people who have never been into anything of reconsideration, what the motion before us is to reconsider the motion that was brought forward last night. And if you vote on the positive side of it, that means we go back to the original motion, okay? Therefore, the original motion is debatable and could be voted up or down again. So therefore, that's the point of reconsideration.
And I would ask for a roll call vote.
And you ask for a roll call vote, duly noted. I did see, now we're open up to, after that clarification, Alderman Jettie, you had your hand up. It's discussion on the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, through you, ask Attorney Bolton.
Absolutely.
So as I understood the motion that was made last night, Attorney Bolton, it was to limit the ability of restaurants to encumber the sidewalk and the parking area in the street consistent with their property lines and additional property from their abutters, with their abutters' permission. Unless I misunderstood the motion, I didn't think it required the restaurant owner to get permission from the abutter to encumber his own space, so to speak. Did I misunderstand that?
I think you did, Alderman. As the chair, yeah.
Would you like me to read the motion?
Yeah, please, please read the motion.
So to refresh everyone's memory, the motion made last night was by Alderman Cathy, and it said that extended dining by use of the barriers would only be allowed directly in front of the business using them. And that motion was then amended to say that that space could expand laterally with permission from the abutters. So I don't believe that it was saying that they needed permission from the abutters to use their space. They can use their space and they would need their abutters' permission to use the abutters' space.
Alderman Dow.
Yeah, I agree with Alderman at-large Moran, and having heard what Attorney Bolton said, I think the motion is mute because unless I heard things wrong, the law is already in place to do that. It worked very successfully last year, so I'm not sure that this particular motion is required, or it's just reiterating and perhaps not clearly enough what the existing law is. So I would be in favor of reconsideration.
Alderman Cathy.
If I may ask a question to Corporation Counsel.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize if I'm a little slow on the uptake, but this seems complicated. Attorney Bolton, you're saying that the law already exists that you can't encroach upon your abutter, but we can't by law also require you to get permission. So with that understanding, if I own a restaurant and I put tables in front of the business next to mine, that business could just say no. Is that correct? Or is that reductionist?
It's not the business so much as it is the property.
Okay, so let's assume that
Unless-
the business owns
unless-
the property.
Unless the business may be a lessee, and unless they have been given the right to make the determination as to that on behalf of the owner, then it would be the business. But typically, we're talking about the owner or anyone that the owner has delegated that authority to.
Mr. Chair?
Follow up?
I really appreciate it, thank you. I don't foresee this being a problem because based on what I'm hearing from Main Street owners, a lot of them are very friendly. It's a close-knit community. If there were a situation, how would a business or owner of the property address such an issue?
So they would go to court and seek relief from the courts.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it.
We have Alderman Como and Alderman Kelly in the queue, and then Alderman Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could ask through you to Corporation Counsel.
Absolutely.
If I understand the explanation that you just gave, more or less the motion that we made last night affirms what the law already says, is that correct? It's not necessarily in violation of the law, is it? It basically says the same thing?
I think they're consistent, yes.
Thank you.
Alderman Kelly.
Thank you. I just want to start off again by thanking everyone who's put this task force together. You guys have a big, project in front of you, and I think you guys are really doing the work in the committee, which I think is important. I purposely stayed out of this, as these aren't my committees, but I am a downtown business owner, and boy, did my phone ring this morning. So I would like you to I'm not going to go on very long, but I want you to reconsider this. I had many phone calls. I am a downtown business owner. I walked from downtown to my meeting at City Hall at 1 o'clock and walked back, and multiple people stopped me about this specific motion and not being in favor of it. So I would like you to reconsider it. I think there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of nuance here, but putting this decision on the businesses and having them have to talk to the person next to them is just not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, we have Alderman Lopez.
So
and
it
then
sounds like,
Alderman Jettie.
sounds like the extended outdoor dining is already slowing down traffic and generating foot traffic. I had a question through the chair to Attorney Bolton. How is the space within the barriers treated by the city? Is it considered an extension of the restaurant's property and therefore being used by the owners? Or is it a city-run program where restaurants are participating by using that space for dining? And if that's not Attorney Bolton's wheelhouse, maybe Director Cummings, I'm not sure.
The property is owned by whoever owns the abutting property, subject to the easement for viatic use. A non-viatic use of that property would require permission.
You good?
Yeah, makes sense to me. I just wanted to
Okay,
clarify.
Alderman Jettie.
So, maybe I don't know if I'm not getting it or if other people aren't getting it, but it sounds to me like Attorney Bolton is telling us that the motion that we passed last night is a reflection of what the law is. And by reconsidering it and voting against it tonight is not going to change the law. It sounds to me like he is telling us that a restaurant, under this scheme, under this plan, didn't mean anything by that. Under this plan, would be allowed to occupy, with permission from the Board of Public Works, the sidewalk in front of their property, and also, if we permit it, the roadway, the parking lane in front of their property, and cannot occupy the sidewalk in front of the adjoining property on either side without the permission of that adjoining property owner or whoever controls that property. That's exactly what we specified in the motion. So, if you've heard objections, it's not the motion, maybe people are objecting to the motion, but we can't change it. It sounds like that's the law. And it sounds like what we've been doing for the past 2 years by, allowing, restaurants to occupy areas in front of other people's storefronts without those other people's permission. It sounds like that was not in accordance with the law. And now that we know what the law is, it sounds like, restaurants are gonna have to live with the fact that if we pass this, they can only occupy the area in front of their storefront, unless they get the permission of the adjoining property owner to occupy more. So by reconsidering this motion and voting, and if you then further vote it down, we are still not gonna be able to allow a restaurant to occupy the sidewalk or the parking area in the street, you know, that does not coincide with their property lines unless they get the permission of the adjoining landowner. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask, you know, have I got that right, Attorney Bolton, or did I say something wrong there?
Well, I don't think we've been doing anything illegal in past years. So to the extent that that was suggested, if it was being suggested, I don't think that's accurate. As far as I know, people were only occupying space in front of their building or abutting places with permission, either express or tacit. But I've not heard of any abutting, adjoining, next door property owner making a complaint that some restaurant had set up tables in front of their property without their permission. But yeah, I think I responded to an earlier question by saying I think the two were consistent. The motion that was apparently made and passed last night was not inconsistent with my understanding of the law. It may be unnecessary, it may be redundant, but I don't believe it's inconsistent.
Okay, could I just follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Alderman Jettie.
So just very quickly, to my fellow committee members, what we passed last night is a reflection of the law. The advantage of keeping it in force is that we are telling people, this is what it is, and this is what the law says. And we're making it clear to them, we're just stating to them what the constraints are, what the law is. If they want to occupy areas outside of their property lines, they've got to get the permission. And that motion said that they could do that with the permission of the adjoining property owner. To reconsider this and voting against it and just saying, well, that's what the law is, you're leaving those people somewhat in the dark, because I don't think a lot of them understand, I don't think a lot of us understood, what the current law is. So I would encourage us, not to reconsider and not to rescind that motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So that everybody knows, I'm gonna recognize Alderwoman Kelly, then Alderman Theobald, and then Alderman Kathy, so you people don't drain your blood from your fingers. Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I actually was looking to see if Rich Landon was still in the chamber, but it looks like he has left. The question that I have, and I don't know if anyone can answer, but I'm gonna put it out there, is if it's the property owner, like I am in Rich Landon's building, I'm one of those people on the second floor that doesn't really get thought about. He actually owns all of those, so he's gonna have to handle all of the people in the building and what they want and whether they're conflicting. Would that be correct? So landlords are now gonna
I'll refer
have
that to legal.
Is that correct?
I don't know if he has to get permission of anyone. It depends what's in the lease. If he owns the property, he's the one that makes the decision.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he has to get their permission. I'm saying he's now going to be the person who has to decide between the Thai place that wants it and the Chinese food that doesn't want it, or whatever it is, because it's his building. It's not the actual restaurants that might be renting the space, correct?
It's the owner, unless that authority has been delegated pursuant to a lease or other agreement. Yeah, it's the owner that has the right to determine that question.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize, are you all set?
I'm upset.
Thank you. Didn't mean to jump. I do see on Zoom, Commissioner Shea, I'll take you because you've been waiting.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I had to hit my mute button here. And I apologize if I missed this. I'm coming in a little bit late. My shift ran over tonight. My question is, I understand that in terms of what Attorney Bolton has said, it comes down to the property owner. I understand that the amendment that was passed last night would not be in conflict with that. My question is, does the language of the amendment reflect as the law does, or does the language of the amendment go further to specify that the business or leasee or whomever is adjacent to the restaurant seeking expanded outdoor dining? Does the ordinance reply to that person further above and beyond the law, or does the ordinance just specify the amendment? Does the amendment just specify the property owner? Thank you.
Maybe I can answer that as.
Legal would like to answer that,
Well, maybe if the amendment could be read again.
Clerk, please read the amendment.
Absolutely. So the amendment, well, the motion from Alderman Cathy was that extended dining by use of the barriers only be allowed directly in front of the business using them. And then the amendment from Alderman Moran was to say that expansion laterally could only be done with the approval of the abutter or the business being encroached upon.
Well, I don't agree, I guess, with the phrase "or the business being encroached upon." One, I don't think there's necessarily an encroachment, but leaving that out, I think was the original motion to be an amendment to the ordinance under consideration, and then this was a further amendment to that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. And where was it going to be placed in the language of the ordinance?
We haven't gotten that far yet.
We're gonna leave that up to you.
Not up to me,
These
it's up to you.
These recommendations are gonna go back to the joint committee.
Well, it's up to the full board of aldermen when it gets there, I
Well,
suppose.
thank you, Corporate Counsel. That's the whole point. This is a task force. This is not the full Board of Aldermen. So, unless I'm wrong, Corporate Counsel, we're out of our jurisdiction. Something like this needs to be brought up to the full board, for the full board to determine, not a task force.
But before we go too far, I'm not sure I fully answered Paul Shea's question.
Please continue. Excuse me.
Fully understood his question. So
Yeah, and I'm here, and sorry to interrupt, I just have no visual cues to offer. If I may kind of expound upon my question. So the question is, does the ordinance go above and beyond the property rights as you know, protected by law, to include parties that would not be otherwise so entitled by the language of the law? And so these abutters, you know, it sounds to me, and I guess I'm looking for confirmation on this, it sounds to me like the amendment and the amendment to the amendment and what was finally passed applies further than the law would otherwise already cover. Does that kind of provide more clarity?
I think to the extent that the amendment has a disjunctive conjunction, the word "or," implying that someone other than the owner might be able to grant permission, I think that could be problematic. So that's what I mentioned previously. it is the owner or anyone that has been properly delegated that authority by the owner. So to the extent the amendment says something different than that, maybe it's not consistent. But actually, I think the idea probably was consistent, but maybe the phraseology could be improved.
Alderman Theobald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to speak to Alderman Jetty's point about this being already there, I feel great about spending so much time on an ordinance where we already had a law last night. So why wouldn't we get rid of it? Why would we want to have another law upon a law? And isn't this whole, so didn't we put this in place so we didn't have to do 2 lanes? So now, if we remove this, we can now have outdoor, dining in the parking space going forward and only having 2 lanes instead of scaling back and going across laterally into other people's spaces. Isn't that why we put this in? Because we wanted to try to keep it to 4 lanes? I thought, I don't know who can answer that question, but I would like to ask Mr. Cummings about how much did we encroach on people's properties last year that didn't want it, or did we?
Mr. Cummings?
I can't speak to how many, because I am not aware of anything where we did that. When it was brought to our attention, we did the best we could to rectify it. What I can tell you is the layout last year had a lot of areas where outdoor dining occurred to the sides, laterally, if you will, because the way the current Main Street is in existence, you're not going to be able to have outdoor dining as smoothly as what's being suggested. And so it happened in a lot of places. I looked this afternoon. I would suggest that absent permission, this will affect a lot of downtown, I think.
Thank you.
Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleague in Ward 5 that I think part of the reason we're here is because the public, and maybe due to their own fault, I'm not blaming sides, maybe businesses didn't look up the law or consult lawyers. I don't know, I can't say that for sure. But it's clear to me that this was not a very known law in existence, and I would assume, and I know that's not a really good logical debate tactic, but I would assume that there were some businesses that didn't know that they could have recompense for barriers that were in front of their establishments and get that rectified in some manner. I could be wrong, that's just a gut. The second thing, just for clarification, the plan that we have before us, there may be some spaces that we have placed barriers in front of businesses that wouldn't want them, and so those spaces would then need to be reworked, or am I misunderstanding?
I said nothing about barriers. And recompense for barriers, I don't think anyone has any right to any recompense because of barriers.
Okay.
So I don't believe I used the word barriers this entire evening. The Board of Aldermen has the full right to determine how the right-of-way will be configured. Barriers, no barriers, one-way, two-way, speed limits, parking, no parking, charge for parking, limits of time for parking. That there is no right of any abutting owner to get recompense or veto power over how the right-of-way is to be configured.
Follow up.
So we could put space in front of our business that would be utilized for dining under our authority as the Board of Aldermen.
You cannot grant someone the right to use another person's property, even within the right-of-way, for non-viatic uses. But as to anything that is related to the viatic use, it is the Board of Aldermen that's in full authority to determine how that right-of-way will be configured. How many lanes of travel, two-directional, one-way, all of those decisions, the abutting owner has no authority over, it's the Board of Aldermen has the authority over. But for non-viatic uses, you cannot grant someone the right to use another person's property for non-viatic use, even within the right-of-way.
I appreciate the clarification, thank you.
Okay, the chair would like to just facilitate and to remind everybody, we do have a pending motion on the table. I want clarity, I want everybody to clearly understand what is gonna be voted on here. So we'll allow this to continue, but please keep in mind, we do have a full slate this evening. So in the queue, next will be Alderman Como, will be Alderman Dowd, Ms. Boland, and then Alderman Moran.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to respond to something earlier. I believe it was Alderwoman Kelly said that, you know, a property owner would now have to, for lack of a better term, mediate these disputes, but I think I disagree based on the explanation from Corporation Counsel. That's already the case. We're not making that the case, that that property owner already has that responsibility. And to Alderman Jetty's point, I agree that there probably are a good amount of people that may not have known this, and if we're of the understanding that, you know, this motion basically just affirms the law that's already in place, then if we reconsider this and go forward and remove it, we've changed nothing. The situation is exactly the same, except now we've removed a resource from people who may look to this legislation to see what the rules are and may not know that there's another place that they should look. We're just basically saying the same thing in two places to add clarity to people who aren't lawyers and may not know where to look all of this stuff up. So I think that there's a benefit to leaving it in there if we're not changing anything and we're basically just reaffirming what the law already says. I think that there's a benefit to leaving that in place.
Alderman Dowd.
The biggest issue I have, listening to Attorney Bolton, is that the legislation right now says a butter or business owner. And it's clear, from what I heard from Attorney Bolton, it's the property owner, not the business or the abutter. You could have an entire block owned by one person and they have the rights, unless there's something in the lease that allows the particular business to negotiate that. But this system worked perfectly well for the last 2 years. There were no complaints because they would have gone to legal. So why are we, the legislation as it stands right now, to me, is illegal.
Thank you. We have Ms. Boland.
Thank you. So, first of all, I don't think anybody knew about this until tonight. Probably no one in this room had ever heard of the term biotic before tonight. As far as no complaints goes, if I had complained to, I don't know who I would have complained to, I don't think anything would have been done. And I will say the cobbler who was here said he complained to the city and the state and a whole bunch of people and got no response. So I don't think that you should say there were no complaints. I just kind of want to put that out there. So I think the law says the owner of the building, but I think that we could, in our recommendation, make it be the business owner, the ground floor business owner that would need to give permission. I don't know that that would conflict. Maybe it would conflict with the law. Oh, I guess that would be a question that I would ask through the chairman to Mr. Bolton. How am I doing? Am I getting better at this?
Very good.
Perfect.
So if we change this, or not change this, if we put in an amendment that made it clear that we were talking about the business owner versus the building owner, would that somehow be illegal?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
and it's not the building owner, it's the property. There may be a difference,
Okay, like the ground?
yes.
Okay.
Alderman Moran, and then Carter Smith. Did you have your hand up first?
I can go after, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
can see, okay. Thank you, I appreciate it, because I would like to get back on track on the agenda here.
So this is exactly why, one of the reasons why I proposed the reconsideration, because it conflicts with the existing law. When I added the term abutter into the motion last night. I think if we remove this, obviously now it's very clear that's the property owner, right? Needs to grant permission for the use of the space, not the barriers, that's the city. But I also would want, through you, Mr. Co-Chair, to Director Cummings, was that existing law taken into account with this current plan?
Can you repeat the question, because I want to make sure I answer it
When
appropriately?
this proposed plan was created, did you reach out to the property owners before developing where you would place barriers, which I know we can do, but from what it sounds like, the restaurants can't put anything out unless the property owner says it's okay.
Understood. So I did not speak to every single property owner, but I spoke to a majority or a lot of the property owners. Because I tend to work with the property owners more than the tenants for various reasons, obviously. I wouldn't want to say I was able to speak to all of them, but a super majority I have, because it's a confined area.
One follow-up, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes.
What happens if there is a lawsuit because some property owner doesn't want something like this to happen? We go through all this work, we got the plan up to the BOA, and one person maybe you didn't speak to now files a lawsuit. Maybe that's the Corporation Council, like.
Against whom?
Against whomever was trying to put their seating in front of the property that they own.
So you've got, Mr. Jones owns a property on Main Street, and the restaurant that is next door starts putting tables in front of Mr. Jones's property?
Yes.
Well, and Mr. Jones sues the restaurant folks, and they work it out, and the court works it out, and we're out of it.
Right, but that seems like a lot of liability to place on a restaurateur. No, I'm not saying that, I mean, that's
Well,
what I'm saying
we
out
all
loud.
face that every day.
Yes. So I just want restaurateurs
I mean,
should realize
you know,
that's a
if you
liability.
If you place your swing set, you know, on your neighbor's property, he can take you to court and
Right.
order it be removed. Now, usually people work it out before then, they come over and you have a cup of coffee or something, and you say, hey, you know, you're about a foot over the line, do you think you'd move it? And you say, oh gee, it's a real hassle getting it up. You think, you know, you're really bothered by the foot? How about if I let you do something over here, or I agree to cut the grass over there, and you work it out. And I think if, you know, someone placed their table in front of someone else's property and the guy objected, he'd go to the restaurant and say, hey, move your table, would you? And if things deteriorate and they go to court, that's not our problem, that's their problem. But I think in most cases, they'd work it out.
That's how my neighborhood works, but I've been told all day today that's not how downtown works.
We can't pass ordinances solving everybody's personal dispute, you know.
I agree.
The chair has a question to corporate counsel. Because of this, a potential dispute, if this remains intact, then people should get lease agreements then with the property owners?
Well, I
Of
think
abutting properties?
if I owned a restaurant, I would want to make sure that I had the right from my landlord, the property owner, to put tables out on the sidewalk. If that was part of my business plan. Now, if I owned some other kind of shop and I had a landlord that was the property owner, I might want to put in my lease that the landlord won't give anyone the right to place non-viatic uses in front of my show window. So yeah, people, when they make these commercial arrangements, do have to be careful that they're getting what they want to get and what they think they're getting. But that's always been true. This doesn't create any new, thing to be wary of. It, as I say, it's always been there.
All right, the chair would like to facilitate again, and please keep in mind there's a pending motion on the table that needs our attention. I hope your questions that you're further gonna have are gonna be points of more clarity and not rehashing the issue. I would like to keep on track here. So, Ms. Smith?
No, I'm set.
You're set? Alderman Lopez?
Through the chair to Attorney Bolton, in my mind, one of the most obvious examples is the example of San Francisco Kitchen, where they don't have frontage on Main Street, and we, as a city, may or may not decide through this recommendation to put barriers out, preserving space. Where the barriers go would be more in front of Wingate's Pharmacy because they don't have frontage. We have a bump out and a large bunch of planter landscaping in front of their restaurant. So, speaking for Director Cummings, I believe that the plan in previous years moved their dining slightly over. And because the parking spaces that it was basically lined up with in the past don't line up with the property owners and don't line up with where those businesses are, this creates a problem where if you draw a straight line from the border between San Francisco Kitchen and Wingate's Pharmacy to the center of Main Street, we can reserve the space, but San Francisco can't put their tables out on top of landscaping that the city put there. So San Francisco Kitchen doesn't have the same access to its right-of-way that places next to it do.
Well, I have not recently done any title work to determine the ownership, but I think the ownership of that property, they're in the same building. So I don't think it's a question of the dividing line between San Francisco Kitchen and Wingate's Pharmacy. Now, the landlord may choose to make it that, but that's between these two tenants and the landlord. I was once a tenant in that same building, but my recollection of the past couple of years is San Francisco Kitchen has had tables out on the sidewalk in front of their building, in front of their restaurant. I shouldn't call it their building because I don't believe it is their building.
The outdoor dining plan that we're doing, the extended outdoor dining plan, is in the street and is in the barrier area, in addition to the dining that they've traditionally had directly in front of their restaurant. So they can't put extended outdoor dining directly in front of their restaurant in the street because directly in front of their restaurant in the street is a planter.
There's not a planter in the parking spaces.
There's,
So if you eliminate those parking spaces,
but there are not parking spaces because there's a curb cut with a large bunch of landscaping. It's a big stone barrier with dirt in it and plants.
correct. I've parked in front of their building hundreds of times.
Probably in front of that planter area, the bump out.
I still don't see the problem, but even if there is a problem,
pull it up?
there's a problem. You know, we can't solve everybody's problem. I'm just telling you what the law is, but
We are pulling it up onto the screen. And if I remember correctly, one of those spots was handicapped, correct?
I believe so.
I'm just
the
con-
closest to the corner spot was
implication of this
handicapped.
kinda
I think
seems
that
like it's-
might have been in front of the hair salon. But it depends where, you know, where the line was. But in any event, that whole Patriot building, I think, is owned by another entity other than either the hair salon or San Francisco Kitchen or the pharmacy.
Which,
I could be
for this
wrong on that.
motion's purpose, that's why it's important to confirm whether we should have legislation that establishes frontage or anything like that instead of the property owner. But it also.
You can't change that, sir.
Well, we probably shouldn't try to with an amendment to a recommendation that might get turned into an ordinance.
Point of order. In the sake of time, a motion to move the question.
There's a motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye, chair's in doubt. I'm not gonna call for a roll call. All those in favor by moving the motion, raise your hand.
7,
Nays?
5, and I didn't get Paul Shea's vote.
Mr. Shea, would you like to vote?
Yeah, and if you could just repeat the motion once more.
The motion
I
is to
think I
move
may-
the question.
To move the
Oh,
question
just
just
to-
means to suspend conversation and get on with the vote.
And yeah, I say yay.
Okay, so then the yeas have it.
The ayes have it. Okay, before us is the motion for reconsideration. There's been quite a gap. So can the clerk please read what we're actually doing here?
So in the interest of my hand, I wrote that the motion by Alderman Moran is to reconsider motion number 5 from last night's meeting, which, if you want me to reread motion number 5 from last night, I will, but
Yes, please.
Point of order, I think it's 5 modified by
yes.
what you had down as, in your notes is 6.
5 was the motion, 6 was the amendment. So the motion that we would be reconsidering was from Alderman Cathy, that extended dining by use of the barriers only be allowed directly in front of the businesses using them, which was further amended by Alderman Moran to say that, it also said that 2 spaces in front of Glorious Possibilities would be available, and it would allow businesses to extend laterally with the approval of the business being encroached upon or the abutter. So that is what's being reconsidered. So if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, a yes vote to reconsider, we would reopen the vote from last night. A no vote, we would not reopen the vote.
Okay. We are in, Ms. Bowen, so you may not be familiar with parliamentary procedure. We are in the voting mode. Okay. The point was brought up to move the question is so moved. As sanctioned by this task force.
And I believe Alderman Moran asked for a roll call.
And, yes, a roll call has been asked, so will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Camoes, no. Alderman Gavea.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Cathy.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
Yes.
Commissioner Shea.
Yes.
Kathy Carden-Smith.
Yes.
Michael Buckley.
Yes.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
You have 10 yes and 3 no. So that motion carries.
That means the previous motion is now the motion before us. It stands. It's up for reconsideration. Yes, Alderman Tebow.
Again, on this, I don't get it. It seems like we have something on the books This is a little different because of that or. So would this supersede that if we voted in or not? That's the part I don't get, because I think we're doing something that's already there, so we don't need to do it, right? Am I missing
Well,
something?
basically, what the vote will be, whether you agree. See, if you feel that way, then you would vote no. I would interpret on the motion. I'm not telling you how to vote, Alderman.
Yeah, no, I
But
get it.
if you feel that particular way, in the example, as an example only, by voting no, will kill that, and the existing law would stand.
Yeah, the thing Alderman Como asked earlier, he said it's the same thing we already have, like it's two things. It's good to have it again, but it's not the exact same thing. And so that's what I want to make clear. We're voting something that I think is not legally gonna bind, because we already have something on the books, right? That's the part I'm not getting. It's not the same thing.
Right. I didn't open up a discussion on a motion, but it seems like we're into discussion on the
The
motion.
answer
May I
was
keep in mind, I'm trying to keep this meeting from getting dilatory. But I want people to have their say. So we have a pending motion before us, so Alderman Como, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. And with respect to the language in the motion, I defer to the lawyers, which would have much more experience with this than I do. My experience is zero, but I don't think that we have the authority to grant somebody permission. That I felt like when we put this forth last night, it went without saying that when we said with somebody's permission, that it was if they were legally authorized to give that permission. I don't think that we were empowering someone who didn't already have that capability to now somehow have it. We don't have the authority to do that. So that thought never occurred to me when we were debating this last night. I just feel like it goes without saying that you can't ask somebody permission that doesn't have the legal authority to grant permission. So I just felt like when we said the or, that it was or that business owner that had the authority from the property owner or had the provision in their lease that granted them that authority. If they don't have that authority, then they don't have that authority, regardless of what we do. So I'm still back to my previous position of whatever we do on this vote changes nothing. And it's just a security measure, a peace of mind measure to have it written down here so that people know it exists. We've heard anecdotal evidence that people did not know that this law existed, so to just reaffirm it seems like a good decision. Thank you.
We're gonna go, in the queue is Ms. Boland, Alderman Jettie, and then Alderman Warren, and Director Cummings, but we'll let Director Cummings, for your non-voting, you're gonna give us input.
Well, I just want to clarify, so if I can share my screen here. Here's the notes for the motion, and I believe what is really in discussion right now is the definition of businesses. And so I think, and I want to make sure I understand this, it's the property owner, and that property owner may have two businesses in the same property, and that property owner would need to make the decision unless it was delegated through some sort of legal instrument. And so I would suggest, as the motion is currently stated, if there's any implication that a business had some sort of authority, I think that is where maybe there's the differentiation that I would want clarified.
All right, we'll open it up, Ms. Boland.
So I think what we need to be
Can you
doing.
move the mic closer, please? It actually moves.
Oh,
You
it
can-
does, okay. So in our discussions going forward, I think that we need to be discussing where we're putting barriers, not where we're allowing extended outdoor dining, based on the discussion that we've had tonight. So if I read this, thank you so much for putting that up there. It says that extended dining by use of barriers only be allowed directly in front of the businesses. So I think that's really coming down to where we're putting the barriers, which I do think is within our responsibility as opposed to what the law says of, the law says we can't tell people where they can do dining, but what this body is doing is deciding where the barriers are gonna be.
So if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
So that is actually a clarification. I think it's a question. That is a good one, that this body needs to make sure, and particularly for me, who has to implement it, I'm clear on actually what it is that the task force is suggesting. Because the way I read the motion, I also said, is it meaning just the outdoor dining? Ergo, the barriers could still be erected, and if the permission is not granted, the barrier could still be up, but that doesn't necessarily mean the outdoor dining would take place there. And I leave that to this group to decide how you want to handle that, but I think that very specific question needs to be pondered and direction needs to be given.
We're gonna yell at you for the empty spaces.
Thank you. Alderman Jettie.
Yeah, so, keeping with, the motion that we're dealing with, I would like to, move to amend that motion to clarify that language in accordance with Attorney Bolton.
Point of order?
I don't know if you can amend it because it was up for reconsideration.
Right.
And amending it further changes the original reconsideration.
We've already reconsidered it.
Yes, so we're voting on the original pending motion.
Right, so an original pending motion can be
I
amended.
don't know if it's open for further amendments.
It
It is?
can be.
Okay, it is open for
Point
further
of order?
amendments.
This would be the third amendment. I thought you could only have two.
The amendment's already been passed.
You had the original motion, which is what we're dealing with, which is, I forget the number.
There was only one amendment.
You know, folks,
No,
come
the
on,
original-
come on, guys, let's focus, come on. People are watching us on TV, please.
He's telling you it's the third amendment.
You can only go too deep on amendments.
Right, you can only go
So
to the
if
second.
the original motion was to amend the ordinance,
You can only go to
and
the
then
second.
there was an amendment to that,
2 degrees.
then you've used up your 2 degrees. Now, I think there may be a question of what did you vote to reconsider?
Point of order, I think I can resolve this.
Excuse me, the chair's gotta make the ruling, that on a pending motion, if I remember correctly, it can only go so many degrees. We already reached 2 degrees on the, so it's not open, and the chair has made a ruling, it's not open for future amendments. So the question remains before us. Alderman Kelly.
Through you to Attorney Bolton, if the amendment in front of us is not enforceable, then it would need to be amended or it would just need to go away, is that correct? If it's not enforceable the way it is, but you're telling us we can't amend it, then it just needs to go away.
Well, the vote before us, Alderman Kelly, if I may help you out, if I have it correctly by your question, a yes vote will keep the motion standing. A nay vote will remove it in its entirety as if it didn't exist.
Correct, but my
And
question
would go
is.
back to existing law of the land.
Correct, but
Okay.
I'm saying, can we even vote yes, because it is not, in Attorney Bolton's opinion, it is not enforceable, it is not written in a way that is in accordance with the law.
I think we may be trying to unpeel the onion 2 layers at a time.
Yes.
I think what you may want to do is reconsider the second level amendment. And then you would be back to the original amendment to the ordinance. And then at that point, that would be available for
Can I withdraw my amendment?
Because at that point, you're back to the first level and you could make a second level amendment. Or not, or you can just vote however you want to vote.
Alderman Wilshire.
I'm not really sure why we need this.
I understand.
The law is there,
Right.
we've been following it, we're trying to amend it. I don't understand why we're trying to amend it at this point. We should just vote it up or down, and
Well, the chair will entertain, to move the question then.
Right here.
Alderman Moore.
I was hoping to do this earlier. I motion to move the question.
The question is so moved. The clerk will now, there is a motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The nays, show your hands.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, can we do a voice vote with Paul Shea on Zoom?
No, it has to be by roll call. Thank you for reminding me of that. I stand corrected and I was in error. So to correct it, will the clerk please call the roll? Pardon?
Can you say what we're voting on?
To move the question.
To move the question means we're not gonna talk about it, and we're just gonna vote on
End
it.
debate, oh, okay, thank you.
End of debate.
Okay.
Yes. So
Thank
we're
you.
voting to end the debate right now.
All right. This will be a roll call vote because Paul Shea is not in attendance, and I apologize for missing that.
Sort of in attendance.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Camoes, a no. Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Cathy.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
Yes.
Commissioner Shea.
Yes.
Kathy Carden Smith.
Yes.
Michael Buckley.
Yes.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
You have 10 yes and 3 no, so that motion carries.
Since we moved the question, we'll go back to the original pending question. A yes vote would mean that the motion stands, a no vote would mean that it would basically terminate. Okay, the question has been moved. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
No.
Alderman Camoes, yes. Alderman Govea.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Cathy.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
No.
Commissioner Shea.
No.
Kathy Carden Smith.
No.
Michael Buckley.
No.
Ruth Boland.
No.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
You have 1 yes and 12 no.
Okay. Thank you, people. Now, without further ado, let's get back to the agenda. As we left off last night, we're now going to discuss, we have a TA on maps 1 and 2, and we're going to open up conversation on map number 3. Mr. Cummings, could you bring up Mr. Screen Man, map 3, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
And so moving on down to,
Yes, we do have a question, Alderman Lopez.
Just as a point of order to Director Cummings, it came up in public comment that these maps were not available to the public. Is this the same map that we saw like a couple of months ago that is literally the one we've been talking about the whole time?
Thank you. The chair does want to say that, is this available to the public online?
it is, Mr. Chair, and in fact, I went ahead and I found it online, and it's, if you were to go, and I'm gonna pull it up right here, if you were to go to the city ordinances, you can see, if you go on to the city's website, nashuanh.gov, under the city ordinances, under draft ordinances, 022008 is online. And as you scroll down, you will see the exact maps being referenced here this evening.
Is that link on the agenda?
Excuse me, no, the public cannot communicate directly. Thank you. And just to remind the public on that, decided, what Director Cummings has brought up is what we're basically discussing is ordinance 22-008. So it is already posted on the city website. Thank you. Okay, map number 3, please.
Yes, sir. So here is the map, map 3. And not a lot of changes here. I'm gonna just focus on, starting on the Pearl Street. If you recall, I suggested maybe at some point, if there's no motion this evening and this ordinance was to continue, we would look to come back to remove the potential outdoor dining in front of a city room. Otherwise, on East Pearl Street, same pretty much setup as the previous year, except for we narrowed the extent of the outdoor dining to just, to what was formerly Fratello's, to now have, again, you can't really tell it here, but there is on-street parking here, where my cursor's going over. Then you have a travel lane that would be available. The thought is that this would be a left-hand queuing lane for vehicles to turn left onto Main Street, adding additional capacity for the throughput on to West Pearl Street. And that would open up capacity and travel, relieve some congestion as previously noted as being of concern. Now talking and focusing a little bit more on Main Street. No real changes on the westerly side. What you see here is what would be essentially implemented. I would want to note though, we would be putting spacing in between the barriers to accommodate some emergency management issues that have been raised. This PDF doesn't necessarily show it because it's at a higher level of magnification, but that would be there. Otherwise, this is the same essential layout that was done in previous years. Similarly, on the opposite side, same exact layout as previous years, except for when you get down to the bottom here. Now, following what I believe was decided last night, there would be a removal of the orange barriers, removal of the quote-unquote messaging board in this area. That, in theory, would free up some more parking spaces, but last year we had some more blocked off, so this endeavored to try to open up some here. I think we might open up maybe one or so more, but otherwise there would be no real changes on the easterly side of this block.
The chair would like to add that we do have a request by the fire department, and I think this is probably brought up within this particular map as universally to the whole project, that there will be breaks in the barriers to allow emergency access. Can you just clarify that, please?
Yes, there would be. And I just want to make sure I'm accurate to say that I am on the right map.
Well, look good to me.
So we did that block. I believe we did this block. I want to just confirm, did we actually get to a point to discuss the factory to Pearl Street block last night?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think we did, so I apologize. I skipped over. This is map 3 right here.
Okay.
So map 3 is essentially from factory/temple to the Pearls. No real changes in this area. What you see on the west-hand side is what was done last year. This is what would be, again, suggested for this year. And as the ordinance lays out, as you can note, some of the orange barrows would be eliminated. Again, same setup here on the southerly end of Main Street. The real change is actually where my cursor is hovering over right now, where previously we had some traffic calming in this area that blocked some parking. We've removed that. We've tightened up the amount of New Jersey barriers to really just locate in front of the building, the Rich Landon building here. And it freed up some additional parking that was otherwise not there last year. And then I guess I'll just take the opportunity to address East Pearl Street, which I just did, so you can essentially see that right here. And I'll leave my comments there, Mr. Chair, and I'll move to the next map.
Okay. First in the queue, we have Alderman Theobald, and And raise your hands and I will, at this particular point, if you have a pending question. So it'll be Tebow, Kathy, who else? Dowd? Boland? And Mr. Jetty. Yeah, oh, and Kelly, we'll put you in there. Dowd, Kelly,
If I
Boland,
could
and
actually
Jetty.
speak as a point of order, please.
Point of order.
Point of order. I just wanted to clarify to people who are watching or in the chamber who are looking for this, it is hard to find this. It is attached to the March 9th agenda, not tonight's agenda. So if you would like to follow along, that's where it is.
I think what Director Cummings was talking about, if they look up the original ordinance to which what we're discussing, it's attached to the original ordinance.
I was trying
So
to
it's
be
a part
helpful.
of the ordinance package.
Point of order.
I looked for it for about 20 minutes myself, so I was just trying to make sure that
I'm
people
sorry
who
for
want to
that,
follow
but
along
yeah,
can
but
follow along.
it's, I think he just brought it up, it's part of the ordinance package.
I think it's reasonable, Mr. Co-Chair, that we ask Donna to add it to the next agenda, just to clear this up. Just a link to the maps, just so no one else has any issues finding it. Maybe we can just ask Donna to add it to the
We'll
next.
find out if somebody could do that.
Yeah, I think that'd be
have no
great.
objections to that.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Theobald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna ask two questions to get it right out of the way, so you don't have to ever come back to me.
Oh, no.
So, and they're both directed, well, one's directed at Mr. Cummings, the other one's something we talked about last night. So the amendment or the motion we just lost included something else that we completely didn't even talk about, the spots for glorious possibilities. So is that something that we're gonna go back and work on? Because it shouldn't have necessarily been part of an amendment. We should have just talked about it and decided whether we
I
want to do
think
it.
in the separate domain, the chair would entertain a motion to include the 2 parking spaces to glorious possibilities.
Okay.
If somebody would like to make that motion. Alderman Warren.
I was gonna wait further down, but yes, I would like to make the motion that we allow 2 parking spots in front of Glorious
Okay,
Possibility.
we have a pending motion of 2 parking spots in front of glorious possibilities. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. We have to do it by roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Camozzi, yes. Alderman Gavea.
Yes.
Alderman Jetty.
Yes.
Alderman Kathy.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
Yes.
Commissioner Shea.
Yes.
Kathy Carden-Smith.
Yes.
Michael Buckley.
Yes.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
You have 13 yes, no no's.
Thank you.
And just a follow-up to that,
Pardon, what's
just
that?
follow up to my second question.
Yes, you are recognized now to,
Okay.
the motion passes. And now, discussion on map number 3.
Great, thank you. This is an overall map question, Director Cummings. So it was mentioned in public comment about ADA and people that, you know, have the disabilities and stuff like that. I want to know, like, has someone that is an expert in that gone over the whole plan, and has it been approved, and is it safe, I guess? I just want to make sure that the public feels confident that it has been done. That's my question.
The simple answer is yes, but then, just to take it a step further, for the last 2 years, once a week, city staff gets together and walks Main Street, and that's all the various authorities of jurisdiction, and they particularly keep a special eye out for ADA compliance.
Thank you.
And you said ADA compliance, that includes, I would assume, tables on the sidewalk to make sure walking and handicap access is and the rite of passage?
Correct, yes.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, Alderman Theobald, anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, moving to Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification. Now that we know what the law is, in theory, if I'm understanding this correctly, since we have the authority to place a barrier, we could, but then a property owner could say no, tables being placed in front of their establishment or building or whatever property they own inside the barrier area. So effectively, there could be, I'm not saying there would be, but there could be dead spots in the barriers that we've decided to place on the street. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay.
Director Cummings? Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So effectively, we may have to revisit this once property owners chime in at some point. Don't know, that's not really a question, I'm just thinking out loud, how do we move forward? Because it opens up a lot of question marks, and I do want to be expedient, so I'm just trying to put the pieces together, and I don't know how that
Well,
fits together.
thank you, and I too would want to be expedient, but, you know, if we put this out in the street, again, the chair would like to recognize, this is a fluid project here that can be changed and tweaked and everything else as we go forward. So, your point is well taken, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Buckley?
Hopefully I can shed a little light for that. Seeing as I'm in several locations, both a property owner and a lessee, both for my own properties, and I actually have other landlords. What you're talking about is gonna be a real phenomenon. And once this starts, that will kick off a whole nother level of people going to their landlords and saying, hey, I wanna have dining in front of my space, and other people that are in that same building objecting to it, and now it becomes a legal liability to the landlord, and it is going to be, I hate to say this, but it is going to be a complicated mess. And it'll take more time than we have to iron that out.
Thank you.
Just to add a little clarity to that.
No, thank you, Mr. Buckley, and that clarification point's well taken. Alderman Como?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think if I could ask through you to Director Cummings.
Absolutely.
Last night, we discussed the new restaurant, the name escapes me, on Factory Street. Were they looking for, do you know exactly what they were looking for? Is it 2 spaces, 3 spaces?
They did not specify. It was Tail Spinner, Rambling House. They did not specify an amount of spaces. They just actually requested for some sort of outdoor dining.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Do you have a recommendation in mind, or is it premature?
I would want to wait until I actually got the design back from city engineer Hudson, who is actually developing that. I asked him to do that. I know we drew it once previously, a few years ago. And so I would wait till he actually has something that I could share with the group.
Okay.
And a point of, the chair has a question, a point of order to, or inquiry to the Director Cummings. When you say city engineer Hudson, he has under his authority, being the main city engineer, traffic and everybody else that he receives particular input from. So when Mr. Hudson speaks, he speaks on behalf of the assigned representative of the Department of Public Works, and speaks as the combined interest of the engineering department. Am I correct?
That's correct. He is the
Thank
city
you.
engineer.
Okay, all set, Alderman Kathy?
I'm all set, thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
yeah,
Chair, I appreciate it.
Okay, so we're gonna go next to Alderman Dow.
Yeah, a couple things. I think on Factory Street, that restaurant we talked about last night, I think they wanted the outdoor dining to address the ADA issue because they have a second floor that's not ADA accessible. And that's why they wanted that dining to meet ADA standards. And by the way, in dealing with a number of school projects right now, we have addressed in the existing schools that we're working on all of the ADA upgrades, because if you don't, there's a room right down there that's gonna come after you. They watch ADA closely. We've expanded doorways so that wheelchairs can get through it, a number of things. I don't wanna get down that road. Anyway, I think the big thing is, in my staff, there are a lot of people individual businesses that had concerns, and I think we've met, probably, I don't know if we met all of them, but we met a number of them in this updated project, and as you just explained, this is fluid and can change. If we find something addresses an issue when we're going forward with this, changes can be made.
Thank you, Alderman Dowd. Alderman Kelly?
I forgot that I had a question.
Do you wish to speak?
I do not, that was my point of
Thank
order,
you.
was what I wanted to say.
No, thank
Sorry.
you. Ms. Bowen?
Can I make a motion?
Pardon?
Can I make a motion? I can? Okay.
Yeah, motion is in order.
I would like to make a motion that for all maps, barriers only be eligible to be placed in front of a restaurant's frontage unless agreement is received by abutting street-level business owners, which I think is what we were trying to do with that other
It's
one.
gotta be landowner.
No, I want it to be business owner. We're placing barriers, not saying where you can have, we're not saying where you can have dining, we're saying where you can have barriers.
No, all right, can you state your motion, and then I'll allow you to speak on your motion. So please clarify what your motion actually is.
All right, my motion is that all maps, for all maps, barriers only be eligible to be placed in front of a restaurant's frontage unless agreement is received by abutting street-level business owners.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Alderman Lopez?
That sounds like the same motion that we just covered.
I find it
earlier.
dilatory as well, but yes.
Not.
A member does have the right to make a motion. Alderman Moran?
It sounds like you're saying the barriers, as opposed earlier it was extended outdoor dining. I can't support that motion because it takes away the city's authority to, of the right-of-way, to manage the right-of-way. Because we might have to make changes, and if we have one business says you can't put that there, and then we need to put something somewhere else, that might mix up the entire flow of traffic and cause a safety hazard. So that's not something I could support without intensive information from the city engineer.
Alderman Jettie?
Through you, could I ask Corporation Counsel? So I know you said that the city has control over the, I've forgotten the word you used, the non-viatic,
Absolutely, yeah.
excuse me, the viatic use of the right-of-way. So the city has, full ability to place barriers if it so chooses. And I suppose, am I correct in thinking that the Board of Aldermen would have the authority to regulate how the city places the barriers? So the motion that's being made, is that something that the Board of Aldermen can do or not?
I don't know that I fully understand the motion. If the motion is that the barriers won't be located in the portion of the right-of-way that a property owner owning the fee interest in that portion of the right-of-way disagrees with, then I think you could provide that. I don't think you can say that the abutting lateral owner can have veto authority. So I guess it depends what, how you interpret abutting as used in the motion.
Alderman Dowd? Yes, excuse me, the clerk does have one pending question, so if you could yield for 1 second, Alderman Dowd.
I
Certainly, I'll
apologize,
keep
Ms.
30
Bowen,
seconds.
could you just repeat the motion one more time? I got about 2/3 of it.
Okay. barriers only be eligible to be placed in front of a restaurant's frontage unless agreement is received by abutting street-level business owners.
Thank you.
Alderman Dowd.
Yeah, I can't support this because some barriers are put in place for safety reasons as dictated by police, fire, emergency preparedness, and the DPW, who, if you're gonna have outdoor dining, you can't take away the barriers that they're using for safety reasons, because people could get killed. So, I won't support the motion.
Excuse me, Ms. Bowen.
Can I amend my motion? Can I amend my motion?
The motion is open for amendment.
So instead of barriers only being eligible, barriers whose intention is to create space for outdoor dining only be eligible to be placed in front of a restaurant's frontage.
Okay, so can the clerk read the amended?
If you give me one moment.
I'll give you more than that.
All right, so if I have this correct, Ms. Boland, the amendment by Ruth Boland is to replace the word barriers in the original motion with barriers whose intended purpose is to create outdoor dining space.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Do I get to speak to the amendment that I just amended?
Yes, you may.
So what I'm trying to do is create the motion that I think we voted yes to last night, but that
That motion was rescinded,
I'm trying to.
and so that's why I question this motion as dilatory.
No, because
It's
that,
another bite at the apple.
that motion we rescinded because the way that it was worded was as if we were trying to say where we could have dining, which is not the city's call, it's the property owner's call. But we were trying to say where we could have dining. So basically, I'm trying to reword that so that it doesn't conflict with the law. Because the city gets to decide where they put barriers. They don't get to decide where dining can occur. So I reworded it. That was my point. That was my intention.
You get an A in effort. Alderman Kathy, did you have your hand up?
I did.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, appreciate it. Just for clarification, I think what you're trying to do is give the authority to the businesses, not the property owner, to then say, yes or no, I don't want barriers. Okay, I just wanted a clarification, thank you.
Alderman Gehrig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask a question to Corporation Counsel?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I'm hearing in the motion that this would be left to the business owner. Is that correct, Ms. Boland? I don't think we can do that. That's correct.
That's
It would have to
correct.
be the property owner, not the business owner, right?
Well, now you're talking about where the city chooses to put barriers. So I guess a proper consideration that the Board of Aldermen, acting for the city, can take into consideration is the desire of the people who will be affected by the barriers. And that may well include businesses up and down Main Street. I think the problem I have is I'm unclear as to what businesses we're talking about. So if the desire is to put up barriers to provide increased dining space for a given restaurant, what, we're talking about other businesses along that same block? Or how, or what other businesses, or how far does that extend?
Wouldn't the budding be just the people next to the restaurant?
I'm just asking what,
That's the intention, that it would be the next door business.
if that's what you want, I guess.
Mr. Buckley?
I'm withdraw my hand.
Yeah, okay, I understand. The chair would like to say, without any further comment, that this sounds awful similar to what this board recognizes as already existing law. So I will not be supporting this. So therefore, no more discussion on the motion. I will call the question. Alderman Dow.
Just to reiterate, there are barriers which I think are excluded by this motion that are for traffic calming and safety. And there's no way that I'm gonna vote for anything that's gonna put people at risk.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Dow. Ms. Boland.
Well, I don't think that's true. That's why I amended it to say this is barriers that are being put in place to create outdoor dining, which would exclude barriers that are being put in place for safety reasons.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All, by roll call vote, can the clerk please state the amended motion?
So the motion is from Ruth Boland to amend the previous motion to replace the word barriers with the text barriers whose intended purpose is to create outdoor dining space.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
No.
Alderman Camozzi, yes. Alderman Gavea.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Kathy.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
No.
Commissioner Shea.
No.
Kathy Carden Smith.
No.
Michael Buckley.
No.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
You have 11 noes, 2 yes. So that motion fails. So the motion is not amended, so we're back to the original motion.
I see different people needing to move on, perhaps maybe take a little bit of rest break, but I'm gonna keep the proceedings going. If somebody feels the need to go get a glass of water or get up, I promise I will hold the vote until all members of the committee are properly seated. We'll not shout at you in the hallway. Yes, Alderman Lopez.
Just for clarification and to the public, I'm not a voting member, so you guys lose nothing when I'm gone, but I heard the audio technician shouting, so I went to go see what they wanted. They were just reminding us to put
And I
the
thank you.
directional
Thank you
mics
for
right
doing
at
that.
us.
Yeah, but I think we've been at it for a while. Some people may need to take a stretcher of the legs, so to speak. Yeah. And I mentioned that to our civilian members who may not understand our procedures. So, yes, Alderman Jettie.
Thank you. So getting back to the,
Yes, we're back to the,
Well, we have her original motion still on the table.
oh, yes, so just thank you to the clerk. For the,
Alderman, just before we get too far, in case there's questions, I would like to move the question.
okay, yeah, well, we're good for going, okay. The motion is, we have a motion on the floor to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Camozzi, yes. Alderman Gavea.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
no.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Kathy.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
Yes.
Commissioner Shea.
Yes.
Kathy Carden Smith.
Yes.
Michael Buckley.
Yes.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
You have 12 yes, 1 no. So that motion carries. Question is moved.
Okay, the question is moved. The chair will now call the original motion. Can the clerk just refresh us with the original motion?
The original motion by Ruth Boland states that for all maps, barriers are only eligible to be placed in front of a restaurant's frontage unless an agreement is reached among street-level businesses.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
No.
Alderman Camoes, no. Alderman Gavea.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Kathy.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
No.
Commissioner Shea.
No.
Kathy Carden-Smith.
No.
Michael Buckley.
No.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
You have 1 yes and 12 noes.
The motion fails. Now we're back to map 3 and recognize Alderman Jettie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I just, I have a few things that I'd like to point out, to Mr. Cummings, the fork and the knife that you have over that building on Factory Street is not located at the Rambling House. You've got it on the Delanis House. So the Rambling House is that little thin building
Right there.
to the east of it. So the frontage that they have, unless they get the adjacent landowner's permission, is very limited. The other thing I wanted to say with the advice that Attorney Bolton has given us about where a landowner can authorize outdoor dining, going back to San Francisco Kitchen, I realized that, as Attorney Bolton has pointed out, he used to be a tenant in that building, so he knows a little bit about who owns it.
It was some years ago.
So I understand that the owner of that building would call the shots there, but if, I guess it remains to be seen how they work that out between the landowner and San Francisco Kitchen and Wingate's. And, I don't know if Carden is in that building. I think Carden owns their own building, but.
Yes.
So, the barrier that's provided there is seems to be more than necessary. I don't know if Engineer Hudson is on, but could that barrier be less? Could we provide more parking in that area? And Engineer Hudson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Which barrier were you talking about specifically?
It's the barrier just to the north of Factory Street on the west side of Main Street.
Yeah, I'm having trouble because I'm on Zoom and not seeing the imagery. But I have another map I can go to here. Let's see. So is it the barrier? It's a barrier set on Main Street.
Yeah, it's on the west side of Main Street, just north of Factory Street.
In front of San Francisco Kitchen.
Yes. I was trying to act technical, but.
So that's, the barrier there, I believe, is to define the area for San Francisco Kitchen. Is that what we're talking about?
Is that essentially what you're talking about?
Yes.
You're asking how many spots?
So this,
this currently shows 1, 2, 2.5 spots.
So are you saying you want to shorten the south end of that, or?
I think it's the north end you'd want to
Shorten the north end.
North end.
North end, okay.
You'd want to pull the barrier back before.
You gotta lean into the mic.
If I may, I think what you're suggesting is you want the barrier to be pulled back before this light pole.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the barriers is they do come in standard, it's a standard length, 10-foot lengths. So we can make changes, but we can only do it, one barrier section at a time, basically. So if we wanted to shorten it, we'd have to take 10 feet out of the run. Or, you know, multiples of 10 feet. But yes, I mean, we can make a shorter, section there. If that's what the wish of the board is.
So, could I follow up? Did I hear you say, yes, you could shorten that?
Yeah, we can shorten or lengthen any of these zones, as the task force wishes. I mean, it's just, I don't know what's gonna be left over for space. We'd have to actually draw that up and determine if it still provides space, sufficient space to be useful.
So I'm thinking that the purpose of the barrier would be to narrow the lane of Main Street, not necessarily to provide outdoor dining. You know, I guess it depends on how things get worked out. But I just wanted to raise the question, and you know, if outdoor dining is not going to occur there, I would, if we could provide more parking, you know, still narrow
Yes.
Main Street, but provide more parking, I think that would be beneficial
Yeah,
to the,
If that dining area was removed, then we would do similar to what's up at the crosswalk. We would just have a single barrier just to retain that reduced lane configuration.
Okay,
So you would restore the parking in that area.
okay, so if you and Director Cummings could keep that in mind, depending on how things work out. And so now south of Factory Street, we're in front of Zsa Bell's. Again, if you know, I don't know if everybody got an email from the owner of Zsa Bell's, but she says there is no parking spot directly in front of her restaurant. So unless she gets permission from the adjacent landowner, who is also her landlord, I think, you know, then that extended dining that's in front of the men's clothing store and the Gentle Dental and the bank would not be necessary. Is it possible to eliminate or just have a shorter barrier at the north end and provide more parking along the clothing store, the dental store, the dental facility and the bank?
That was a question to me, I assume. The answer would be yes. We would, again, mirror the configuration that's shown on the block to the north. Or we would just hold the reduced lane via a shorter section of barrier.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Are you saying, yes, you could have a shorter barrier there?
Yes, we would just do we would mirror what it was being done in the block to the north. Okay. With a shorter segment of barrier that just blocks the lane, but still allows for the parking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I would want to caution Alderman Jettie, any suggestion needs to be put in the form of a motion, because what we have here is basically the plan. So it needs the approval from the full board, not a suggestion from one member, but the approval of the task force to make those changes. So I just want to point that, to you. Alderman Cathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize if this is a dumb question, but Director Cummings, the School Street project, could you remind me, there will or will not be available parking to the general public as well when that project is complete?
There will be.
Okay. If I may, Mr. Chair, follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm thinking out loud. I thought it would be wise to leave that space open in front of Bank of America because Jaja Bell's is only open till 2. But that directly contradicts the law that's already in place about property owners and whether or not they want space in front of their street. And I don't want to get too regulation heavy, so I would like to see that whole strip for parking. But at this point, I don't know if we can make that call because we'd basically be conflicting ourselves because of the law. Food for thought.
Thank you. Alderman Dow.
Yes, I got a call from Jessica from some foreign country that she's in right now.
Angola.
And she said that believes she has a working agreement with her butters. And she says that all the people on that block go there and eat their lunch on her tables with her permission, but and so they are all according to her, they're in favor. So unless that changes, I think those things would probably stay in place.
Yeah. And the chair would like to say, the plan before us, being the chairman of infrastructure, had some play into it with the city engineer and Director Cummings and everything, with the goal of what we heard in public testimony from several people of compromise, and compromise was reached. If we looked at the Wingate, what I'll call the Wingate San Francisco block, a lot of freed up parking spaces have been made comparatively from past years. So if people are true to the word as gentlemen and ladies, compromise has been made. Yet at the same time, we're trying to encourage at all businesses with this as well. So therefore, the San Francisco does have some entitlement. And any movement of already, like Alderman Lopez brought up, cheated because of the bump out, further restricts the business opportunity for that particular business. I cannot be party to any of that. I will try to be all-inclusive of all businesses. So I basically state that. Okay, so seeing no pending motion. Any further discussion on map number 3? Alderman Jettie.
Yeah, I would like to, given your counsel, I would like to make a motion that the barrier in front of the building on the corner of Factory and Main Street, the north side of Factory, the west side of Main Street, that barrier be shortened to provide more parking.
Mr. Director Cummings, can you blow that particular up on the screen?
Bear with me.
Oh, we're with you.
So this is the current layout. Now, around the corner. And so if I'm understanding it correctly, so just to be clear, this isn't usable space. This is 1 parking spot, 2 parking spots, and not a complete parking spot, but essentially a third, 2/3 of an existing parking spot, I would say. And you'd like it to be brought back. And I remember from what City Engineer Hudson said, we have to work in like 10-foot intervals. So we would have to figure out, and what I was suggesting is maybe you would be looking to bring this back to the other side of this existing streetlight. I don't wanna put words in your mouth, but I think that that's sort of what you were suggesting. So you'd get 1, 2 spaces, maybe a half a space would be freed up. That would allow for a compact car of some sort. I don't know, I'm trying to understand what you're looking to do.
Can I ask a question about the map? That just shows the parking spot, but it would also be the first lane of traffic, right?
Yeah, right here, is that what you're asking?
Right,
That
so
would come
wouldn't
out
it,
into the traffic lane, correct?
it would
Correct.
go all the way out,
Correct.
further than what we're looking
No.
at?
No,
No.
no, this is it.
That was the four-way compromise.
It doesn't close the whole lane, it only goes about halfway out to leave room for space between the travel lane and the barriers.
Okay.
And Alderman Jettie, can we, before we, so we could discuss it, can you clearly state your motion then?
Alderman Jettie, if I may, I've written it
Probably
down.
not.
I've written down what I believe your intention is, would you like me to read
Okay,
it to you?
sure, thank you.
Motion by Alderman Jettie to shorten the length of the barriers on the northwest corner of Factory Street and Main Street by 10 feet.
Could I ask Engineer Hudson, how much could that be shortened? Could it be shortened more than 10 feet? Could it be shortened by 20 feet?
The whole thing could be removed. I mean, I don't understand the question. Certainly, we could remove 10 feet, 20 feet, or the whole thing. I mean, one parking spot's about 20 feet. So if you wanted to shift everything a parking spot, that'd be 20 feet.
Okay, so,
If I can, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, it's his motion, clarify
I
it.
just wanted to ask Jeff if he knows that all our monitors just went out.
Yeah, this isn't up.
Jeff, if you're still watching, our monitors in the chamber just went out. I don't know if we're still on TV or not.
No, we're not. That's all we have is.
No.
I'm here, let me just check.
Those pesky
They're back.
Russians.
We might be back up, Jeff.
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, I'll talk to Jim.
And we're off.
We're on the air, is what they're yelling.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up the TV.
Until this time, I will call a brief recess of 5 minutes. I will expect everybody back into this chamber at 10 p.m. Brief reset until we get the monitors straight. some technical difficulties. They, at this particular time, seemed a little bit above an immediate fix for this evening. And what the technical difficulty is here in the chamber, that we cannot see the maps or maybe have communications, but we have established communications with one of our committee member who's participating remote. He was able to communicate with us, so therefore we still have the full quorum of all people who met the original roll call of this particular meeting. But however, since we do not have access to the on-screen TVs here, Director Cummings is going out and he's got to make copies of the particular maps, and we're gonna have to work just like your grandfathers did or whatever, you know? But I think it was good enough for them, and it will be good enough for us, okay? That way we can keep going. I can smell the end of the finish line.
Paul, do you have the maps?
Pardon?
I have the maps in my head. I've looked at them so many times. That being said, I am going to be to you in maybe 2 minutes. Don't wait for me, but I am actually en route. So I'll be joining you shortly.
We'll keep a light on for you.
But maybe put somebody by the door in case it's locked.
Paul?
Yeah, are the
Commissioner Shea?
sliders out back? Yeah,
It may be
sliders out
locked.
back gonna be unlocked?
It may be locked. Can you call one of us by phone?
I'll just go to the lobby, wait, nobody even needs.
Would you mind, Alderman Lopez has got to go downstairs and wait for you at the rear door. Okay?
Alderman Lopez, could you meet me at the front
Okay.
door of City Hall?
All right, basically at this particular, Mr. Hudson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hudson. We have a pending motion, but because we don't have access to the maps, without objection, I'm gonna move farther along the agenda. Basically, I would like to bring up other things that are on this to fill in that we can do without maps. And one of the questions, aesthetic suggestions or changes to the existing barriers. Mr. Hudson, could you give us your point of view? Many people have expressed a wish to change the barriers from the current awful presentation to a more solid type of color. And could you advise us on that with the points of interest to particularly to traffic safety?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair. The barriers can be repainted just about any color that that is so chosen. The only thing that I would request for safety reasons is that there be reflectiveness, a lighter color. As standard originally, a lighter color is fine because you can see that at night. But if a darker color is chosen, then I would recommend some reflectiveness be added to the barrier, either via reflectivized tape or some other means.
Okay, very good. Here's Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first items that we covered was Commissioner Shea wanting to get rid of the big lighted signs, and with that, the barrels as well, and then Director Cummings suggested the reflective stripping. So I believe that's already been covered by a motion where.
No, this is the repainting of the barriers.
But Mr. Hudson mentioned having the reflective strip on the barriers.
Yes.
So I'm just pointing out that we already have that sort of.
Okay, but we're focusing on the aesthetic changes to the barriers. Okay.
And
Yes.
what was the color that Director Cummings was
They
recommending?
are painted different type of forms of art, and unfortunately,
No,
art.
no, that's not the question. The question was, what was he recommending?
Well,
Was-
he's, all right, Mr. Hudson, could you tell us what you are recommending?
I'm not recommending anything. I'm certainly although I'm an adequate engineer, I'm certainly no color expert. So I believe a recommendation's been forwarded by Positive Street Art for a navy blue type color.
Wonderful. I would like to make a motion
Very good.
that we take the recommendation for a navy blue for all the barriers.
As a point of order, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just so everybody remembers, last night we did approve unanimously a motion to install reflective tape or paint on the barriers, so that has already been done. The reflective part has already been.
Right, beside the color.
It's just a color. We're just deciding the color.
yes, Alderman Dow.
I fully support the navy blue.
I wonder why.
Not gunship gray?
No.
Are you sure nobody wants to get into royal?
Hey, he suggested that too.
All right, navy blue seems to be it. Unless you're an Army fan, Mr. Cathy, would you like to,
I did try to enlist and I was just not good enough. Would navy blue become, an issue at night? Cause it is a darker color, with sight?
There's gonna be reflective.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right. I withdraw that question.
okay.
Let's continue.
Do you agree with that summation, Mr. Hudson?
Yeah, with the reflective, blue would be acceptable.
Great, and Mr. Hudson, just so you know, you're coming in and out.
Yeah, but I think, am I correct? I think he says with the striping and the navy blue, I think, that works for me too.
I request a roll call vote.
Okay, I'll request a roll call, and the chair would like to recognize in physical attendance, Alderman Shea. Commissioner Shea, we'll give you 1 minute.
Oh, actually,
Alderman and Commissioner.
Commissioner Shea is here, maybe we can do a voice vote.
Once he's back in the chamber.
Once
Oh,
he's
he
in
left
the
again?
chamber.
Oh, I thought he was gonna sit down.
But he wasn't
Well,
here
he's
for
not
the
gonna zoom
discussion.
in from where he is.
He really should have voted on this, he hasn't been here.
I think he was
Yeah, he has been here for the discussion. Well, he was online for the discussion. Does that matter?
He's gonna have to sit
You
in
good with that, Madam
the
President?
president's chair.
Show left.
Show up. Oh,
Yeah, she left, yeah.
That's okay.
Your point's well taken.
So, do we get to see a sample of the color? Blue, navy blue?
I'm sorry, Ms. Smith.
Do we get to see a sampling of the color?
It's
And-
like Tom's shirt.
Is it that?
Okay.
See, this is what I
so-
wanted to avoid. My wife has so
that the
many
official color?
different spectrums.
Wait, so the official color of the barriers is gonna be like blending
gonna
in
be
with the
Tom's shirt.
darkness?
So, I have a question.
Oh,
Did-
okay.
Did anybody consider to put a more,
Excuse me,
Quiet,
gentlemen,
please.
gentlemen,
sorry.
thank you.
Did anybody consider to have it more like a landscape color, like a green that might blend with some landscape materials like trees and
Well, the
shrubs?
motion before us is for,
Just blue
royal blue.
or blue?
If that motion should fail,
Navy blue.
we are opened up to the rainbow.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Buckley, who has designed many beautiful restaurants, if he feels like that's a good color. Or would we prefer,
Yeah, well, my first, in my head, my first thing was sage, but.
yeah, I was thinking,
I think anything in the blue to green spectrum would be fine personally, I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get a blending by painting it green, that it would blend into the landscape, there'll just be green barriers, or there'll be blue barriers, I don't think that has any, I don't think that it's gonna trick you into thinking it's blending with landscape.
right,
So I think you really go with a color that is pleasant, is neutral, but hides scuff marks and stuff. The blue may be better than the green. So I think, I thought of the sage originally, and then as they said blue, I said that probably be better, just because people will hit it with their tires, they will sit on them and rub their feet on them. I think something on a darker hue will hide, so.
do you have any thoughts about even possibly black, seeing you had the black, lamp posts and so forth, or do people think that black is not cool?
Yeah, I think that'd be too
Too
much
black.
black personally.
Yeah, okay, good, I just wanted to get
I think
another.
royal blue or navy blue or something in between would be fine. I'm sure we could get a color palette pulled together and pick something,
All right.
Nice ultraviolet.
Because I mean, even navy blue is left for interpretation.
Yeah, yeah.
Director Cummings, could you be so kind as to pass them on to the members, please, and thank you. Oh, and their color, folks. No expense was spared. Yes, Alderman Como.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly have no problem with navy blue, although I have a special affinity for army green. But just as an alternative, when the idea of a uniform scheme was first mentioned to me, and this might be crazy, but I'm crazy, I thought of like a faux brick that made it look like the brick facade of the buildings would blend in with, especially with, you know, a lot of our downtown area has a mill facade, a mill feel to it, that painting them to look like brick would help them blend in with the existing buildings and seem less intrusive. But either way, I'm fine with navy blue also.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Shea.
We got unlimited.
I have the same thought as Alderman Como, about this idea of like a faux brick color. You know, I think colonial red would be too red, but something a little on the lighter side, as far as like a light brick tone, would be nice. I would advise against any color that's especially dark. I think navy blue would probably fall into that area, just because of the way that dark colors tend to absorb sunlight and heat more so. It could make the summer heat a little more hot. When we did the farmer's market on Main Street, on a hot day, it might be a 95-degree day. But in the areas where there was like fresher blacktop, it was very hot. And you know, it could increase the temperature of the area near to it. So the darker colors, black, navy blue, hunter green, anything in that darker area, I might suggest we stay away from, just from a heat standpoint, potentially.
Royal blue
All
it
right,
is.
thank you, but the pending motion before us is on one color and that's navy blue. Alderman Godiva, please. Keep the
Thank you,
pace.
Mr. Chairman. So the original analysis says that the painting will cost an estimated of $20,000. With the single color, is that still the number we're looking at?
I do not have the cost. I know that we received an
yes.
offer from the, Director Cummings.
Yes, that was assuming a solid color painting job.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Alderman Jettie.
Yes, I also like the red brick, so I'm gonna move to amend to red brick.
Then we have a motion.
I'm moving to amend the motion to red brick instead of the blue.
Then you're voting on two colors at once. How do we do that?
He's substituting.
I'm moving to amend to red brick.
Instead of navy blue.
I'm
gonna withdraw my,
still don't understand it.
I'm
Why don't
withdrawing.
you let the motion go through,
I'll withdraw my motion.
okay, the motion is withdrawn. Thank you, that cleans it up immensely. Yeah, we're gonna pass it for royal, navy blue, and then we're gonna go to, yeah, okay. Thank you.
So, since that motion is withdrawn, I move to paint the barriers a red brick color. Is that the color
Okay.
you said? Red
The
brick?
new motion is, red brick. Before we get into that, I gotta consult the engineer. Do you foresee any traffic or safety concerns with the red brick color?
No, I don't, Mr. Chair. I hope that we're not trying to paint a red brick pattern, that we're just talking about a solid red brick color. Am I correct?
Okay, very good. Alderman Kathy?
To Engineer Hudson's point, are we asking for a solid red brick color? Or
Solid.
a looking like brick wall design?
May I answer?
Yes.
Yeah, so actually, my color consultant has advised me that what I really meant to say was a light brick solid color.
Okay.
Light or like?
Light red.
Light.
Light red, okay.
Like, well, I'm asking the question.
L-I-G-H-T?
No,
Yes.
light red, like a light red brick.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it doesn't turn into red. So if you say red brick, that can sometimes be quite red, but we want it to be,
So not like stop
A
sign
lighter
red, like
red.
yeah, so
maroon.
a light,
Lighter red,
Red.
not light.
Somebody give me swatches.
Can somebody have swatches in their back pocket, please? I don't want to get hung up on this, folks, but we're very close. But I'm good with the red brick. Mr. Hudson, you clearly understand what was the recommendation red brick, but not too red, but just the right bricky color?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank
The
you.
perfect shade
I'm
of red.
speaking to you the way my wife speaks to me when I'm standing in the paint line. Thank you. Commissioner Shea.
If I may, I would like to suggest we consider Pantone 18-1350, which is burnt brick. It is this color. Is that what folks have in mind when they think about this?
That looks good.
Yeah.
If that's what matches the buildings, then that's what was in my mind.
And if-
Mr. Hudson, can you see that? No.
What was the Pantone color again?
Burnt.
So, and I wouldn't want us to over expend for proprietary colors. So I don't know that I necessarily want to have us be bound to that, but a color match would be quite fine. I'll show Alderman Jettie.
Yeah,
Can you give me the number one more time?
we'll get the
I
number.
don't know if you can see
Mr.
it.
Hudson, we'll get you the number.
That's fine, just tell them what
Okay.
it is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did see it. Yeah, I'm watching this on the screen. There's a little delay, but I did just see the
Yeah.
color.
And can I give you folks the usual caveats? But this is all pending whether they make this in masonry paint, which is, I think, was what we want on the concrete barriers, seeing that they are masonry. So we gotta make sure that that particular color is available in the form of masonry paint.
If I can ask him to repeat the number one more time?
Yes, can you repeat the number, please?
Yes, so it's Pantone Smart 18-1350.
18-1350 or equivalent.
Yes.
Yeah, who's the manufacturer?
So Pantone, I
Oh,
don't.
Pantone's the manufacturer?
I think Pantone is a color standardizer.
Okay. Man, you know more than I do on these.
Yeah, I'm a nerd for color.
God bless you.
Let me know if you want the hex code.
Yeah. Alderman Kathy.
To Commissioner Shea's point, I am a designer, so I'm also a nerd for color. And to your point, if you're doing masonry paint, if you're telling the person doing the paint, they will mix it so it gets to that color when it's applied to that surface
Good.
specific to
I just want to
that
make sure we're
surface.
talking masonry. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
they'll figure out
Thank you.
the color combination.
Alderman Gadeva, please.
Thank you,
Give
Mr.
Gadeva.
Chairman. Director Cummings, do you see a change in price with this new color at all?
I couldn't even begin to answer that. I'll shoot an email tomorrow and let you all know.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Again, this is T8 as everything here, so, okay. So, no further questions? We are going with the brick, not too bricky, but bricky enough, and not to make any light of it, but there is that motion. Yes.
And if I could, I just want to make sure it's very clear, we will have a white reflective stripe
Yes.
running along.
Yes, we have verified that. So the motion should be the brick color with the reflective stripe, and you have that, right?
Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, please.
All right. So motion from Alderman Jettie that the painting of the barriers be a solid light red brick color, Pantone Smart 18-1350 or equivalent with the white reflective strip.
Very good. Everybody's in agreement, can I call the question? Alderman Shea.
So
Commissioner Shea.
I looked it up a little bit more. It's the numbers followed by TCX.
TCX.
Yeah.
So amended.
Okay, and Mr. Hudson, we'll get that to you as well. All right, may I call the question without objection? All those in favor signify by saying aye. We can do a voice vote because
Yes.
we're in full quorum now. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Man, that went smooth.
Everybody agreed
Okay.
twice now.
So I'll put a TA on the aesthetic changes. Next thing, we're going a little bit out of order, but just to kind of move it along, but it is a little bit of an elephant in the room. If you go to page 2 on the agenda, if we do look at review suggestions for adding economic impact study and review suggestions of adding user fees, the chair wants to clearly stipulate of what the intentions. These two items are together, but should they be addressed by this particular committee? The answer is no. when we do pick, which is one of the questions we're gonna be answering this evening, is the start date, to come up with a fixed value, and to have somebody to actually go up and measure. What is the guidelines we're gonna measure on this? And, everything else. Are we gonna be charging by table, or by linear foot, or by whatever? So I think you can understand, you know, or the capacity. You can see the parameters. The other thing is, by waiting this particular season, to which I would recommend, at least it gives the people who are gonna participate in this outdoor dining this season, knowing full well, and I will call for a vote, that this is gonna be pending, and we're gonna have this assigned to a committee, that they will be able to run their numbers for this particular cycle and understand what their fair marketability is, and help us understand what the fair marketability could be. Because the people have spoken, and I have to agree with them. You know, that I'm not in objections of helping out the businesses, but I think a fair, and I quote that, fair price needs to be mitigated. That could be compromised or met with compromise between the participants of this outdoor dining and to satisfy the needs of the taxpayers. I think that could be reached, but I think that's outside the scope of this particular committee. But this committee can set that charge, that this will be discussed in the future by a future group. I think we'll make that recommendation, and I think the President Wilshire will assign it to the appropriate committee when that comes forward. Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was gonna say something differently, but now I wanna respond to what you said. I understand what you're saying, but if we're passing it ultimately when it gets to the BOA for 3 years, there's no guarantee that it will be revisited and changed because it's already in place. So even if we were to determine a price for whatever, however we do it, I don't know what that would look like. There's no guarantee that the aldermen would then agree. Maybe they would, I don't know, but there's no guarantee that they would.
Well, that's what aldermen do. If I may, the intention of the chair is to put this into a motion that as one of the charges to be brought forward, that this will be discussed at a future date. I mean, it's not gonna, you know, in theory, vaporize. It's something that needs to be discussed, but to give full latitude to have it completely looked at and properly vetted, I think we need one more cycle, and then when the next cycle comes up next year, talking about the 2023 season, that I think that the participants will have a fixed dollar amount in their head. I think the board will have that, and this will be able to come to an agreement. Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my previous question, I was unsure for the aesthetics, if the planners were included in that, or if that was only for the parklet idea that we were gonna do planners. Are we doing planners? Are we going?
Planners haven't been discussed.
A point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Apologies to my colleague, Alderman Kathy. Before we get too far, I probably should have mentioned this before we voted on the paint. Alderman Jettie had a pending motion from
Yeah,
map
but
number
we
3.
were waiting until the mappage.
But we should
We'll
properly
get-
dispose of that before we.
No, we'll get, believe me, the chair knows, we gotta get that too equally as well. But we're cleaning up and we're moving forward, so, thank you. Alderman Kathy.
So we are discussing putting planners on the barriers, or we're not?
I think that's something that I don't think was in the focus. I think that the city is not gonna bring in the barriers, am I correct, Director Cummings? Bring in planters. That's an individual choice for the particular owner.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think that's outside the scope of this particular committee.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Okay, so with that, yes, and keep focused, we're discussing the potential of forming a committee to look at the charging for the 2023 season of outdoor dining. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Yes. I've spoken to several of the restaurateurs, and they're ready to put some skin in the game. They know the time that's been invested here, and coming up with a plan, and again, a compromise, which is what we're all doing. And I think to maybe not to come up with a fee for the spaces and to come up with a square footage on the sidewalk. I think they're ready to talk about that, and I think, yeah, maybe we set the fee up for this year, and then we say, okay, give it 2 months, or let's have these fees due on July 20th, or something to that effect. Let them, take in some funds for the actual outdoor dining and expanded dining. And, there's been so much work on so many people's part that I think they are ready to, like I said, put some skin in the game. I don't know. I know Michael's talked about it. He's ready to, or maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but, I mean, do you feel like the restaurateurs are ready to put some money into this year?
Well, I suggested it every time I spoke, as a, point of fairness to the taxpayer, to help defray the costs. Also, for I had 2 reasons, that, and it also, weeded out the people that didn't really utilize them, who weren't willing to put money into it because they didn't really get a lot out of it, which, once you've done that, you free up more parking spaces. Not a lot, but you'll have a few people that'll be like, I don't even use that, so I don't want to pay, so I don't want it. So you could potentially free up parking spaces without even having to ask them. But I just wanted to make a point that when you go to make that, I think you should, obviously, put together a committee. I just wanted to make one comment about the structuring. Because everybody has different size fronts, I don't think the linear footage for the storefront or the restaurant's front would be an appropriate way, because a really big restaurant might have a small dining area, and a really small restaurant might have a big dining area. I think it should really be developed based upon how many actual parking spaces you take up. So if you take up 1 parking space, 2 parking spaces, 3 parking spaces, it's probably the most fair way to do it, because it doesn't matter what size your restaurant is, because that's not what it's at bay here. It's how many spaces are you taking? And I think that's where you should calculate. And even if it's 2.5 spaces, whatever, but it should go by spaces, because now you're paying for what you're pay to play. Now you're paying for what you're using.
I agree, but to come up with the parameters, that needs to be vetted within that community, and.
It does, I'm just
Yeah.
suggesting a format in which to make it, really coincide with what's being used.
Okay.
Perhaps I can
Outstanding.
propose a
Alderman Dow.
motion.
Yes, since the fee structure has to be determined and where the monies go once they're accepted, and I think it ought to be referred to budget.
I'll leave the president, but the president will probably refer to budget a second committee, but that's the president's choice.
I have a motion that could move this along, maybe?
Outstanding, thank you, Alderman.
I
If
motion.
you do it correctly, I will,
We'll see if I get it right.
thank you.
And of course, it can be amended.
Point of order, real quick, just, can we do a new motion with Alderman Jetty's motion
Good
still
point.
on the floor?
First,
Yeah, because we recessed because of the technical, we're gonna revisit. We were
Okay.
doing fillers because we didn't have the maps.
No,
Again, we
understand-
didn't have the maps.
I understand
Now we
that,
have
but-
the maps, but we're on to a different subject.
maybe
I
we-
understand that,
We're
but
gonna
we
revisit.
didn't dispose of that motion.
He hasn't really scribed 100% of the motion. We will revisit, believe me. Please, continue, Alderman Moore.
I have a motion to defer fees for 1 year and amend the ordinance to reflect year 2 and 3 would be tentatively approved pending the development of a fee agreement for land use by the appropriate subcommittee and final approval by the BOA.
I'm gonna need that one more time.
Yeah, say it again.
So a motion to defer the fees for 1 year and amend the ordinance to reflect that year 2 and 3 would be tentatively approved pending the development of a fee agreement for land use by the restaurants, and referred to the appropriate subcommittee, and then subsequent to that, final approval by the BOA.
I would feel cleaner to help you out if I may, because under the agenda, it says, review suggestions for adding an economic impact study and suggestions for adding user fees. Does your motion really state that first aid? You don't want it.
I'm suggesting that we defer the user fees and refer it to the appropriate
Okay, then I'm good.
subcommittee.
Okay,
Yeah.
if that's your intention.
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Como.
From years 2 and 3 on, please.
Yes. Would be tentatively approved pending the development of a fee agreement for land use by the restaurants, then would be referred to the appropriate subcommittee.
Hold on. I'm trying to write this fast.
You're doing a
as you talk.
fine job.
Would be tentatively approved pending,
Can I shorten that for you?
Yeah.
Just pending approval of the Board of Aldermen.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
pending approval of the Board of Aldermen.
that works.
And so what I have, Alderman Moran, is a motion to defer the fees for 1 year and amend the ordinance so that years 2 and 3 would be tentatively approved pending approval of the BOA.
Pending the development of a fee agreement for land use by the restaurants with final approval by the BOA.
Pending the development of a fee agreement
For land use by the restaurants.
for land use by the restaurants.
Which will require approval by the full BOA.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, questions on the motion? Alderman Theobald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add an amendment to that if possible.
I'm ready.
Instead of deferring year one, I would say charge $1,000 a space just to get the city some money
For year 1.
for year one. So if we put out 20 spaces, we get $20,000.
Parking spaces, right?
Parking spaces used for dining, yes. I think that's a nominal fee. I don't think that would be,
Okay.
well, it's out there, so.
All right, if we're gonna always be adding amendments, I'm gonna start calling votes on the amendments so we can clearly get to it, okay? So, you putting that in as a motion?
Yep.
As an amendment? Okay, discussion on the $1,000 fee starting this year.
May I read the motion?
Yes, you may.
All right. So I have motion by Alderman Tebow to amend the previous motion to say that the fee for year 1 would be $1,000 per parking space used. Excellent.
Okay, discussion on that motion. Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna support the amendment. I was gonna maybe try and go with a square footage thing, but, I think for brevity's sake, I think $1,000 is a fair starting point for parking spaces. It is in line with, one of the restaurateurs here who agreed that that would be a fair compensational reference point. So I will support that amendment because they've had 2 years. This is the year where they put skin in the game.
Alderman Gehrig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna support the motion here. I think it's a good start, and I think it should personally be more. I don't think the city should be having a project and where, especially something like this, where the taxpayers are gonna be footing more of the bill than everybody else. So I'm gonna support it because it's a step in the right direction.
Commissioner Shea?
If I may ask some clarifying questions to Director Cummings for perspective here.
Absolutely.
So Director Cummings, approximately, I think we have some idea of the impact in terms of parking revenue, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And what is that number? Is it $20,000, do I recall?
Again, I don't have it at my fingertips. I sent a communication around. I believe it was somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000.
I have it pulled up if you want me to clarify. So it says the reduction in meter revenue is estimated from 30 to 45,000. The reduction in parking enforcement revenue is estimated at 5 to 8,000.
So yeah, between $30,000 and $40,000 is, I think, what would be the potential loss based off of the proposed plan that is, part of the ordinance, because that's what we reviewed.
And an additional question, approximately how many parking spaces under the design of this would be occupied by dining?
Just over 40 spaces.
Over 40 spaces?
41, I want to say.
Okay. And so if we did $1,000 per space, then we would kind of be overshooting the estimated by a little bit?
It depends on the length of time.
Okay. And is that estimate based on the Memorial to Labor Day window or based on the previous duration?
What I would say is based on the ordinance as currently written, would be approximately 6 months, May 1st to, essentially October 31st, give or take, understanding, but let's just say for this conversation, count the whole month of May, count the whole month of October, you'd have 6 months. You'd be looking at 900 and change per month. I'm sorry, a 900 and change per season value.
Yep.
And monthly, just over $100.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Jettie.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I asked Jill Stansfield that direct question, and her answer was, it's be $909.09 per space for the season, and which comes out to $151.51 per space per month.
Thank you.
So,
pretty good.
So that
Kudos.
$1,000
Very good.
is appropriate, in my
Alderman
view.
Clegg.
I haven't
sorry, are you
finished.
finished?
Are you done?
No, I was still
Okay, well,
talking.
continue, please.
So I think the $1,000 is reasonable, just based on the lost parking meter revenue. Mr. Buckley can speak for himself, but I think he mentioned that number before, but
No, I
I'll
didn't.
let him do that.
No,
The other thing that we haven't talked about is the sidewalk space. In addition, we're just talking about the parking spaces here, we're not the first people to deal with this issue. Concord charges $1,000 per parking space, and it's $3 per square foot of permitted dining area. Portsmouth charges $5, I think it's $5 per square foot.
Alderman Jettie, on the agenda, this is basically intending for the parking spaces only as per charge. If the committee, when formed, wants to look at the sidewalks, I find no objection.
Well, I think in spite of your desire, I think this task force is,
Are you challenging the chair, sir?
I'm saying that the
I'm
task
trying
force
to
has made
facilitate
a
a meeting
motion.
to expedite. Look at the time, please, sir.
The task force has made a motion to impose the fee this year.
That's correct.
Contrary to your desire to
Right,
refer
so-
to a committee. So that's the motion we're discussing.
Then let's keep that focus on the motion, please.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing. So,
Right.
without interruption, thank you very much. So I'm in favor of the $1,000, but I would like to amend it to include the sidewalk space, and I would like Mr. Buckley to comment about this, whether, whether, a sidewalk space would be, per square foot, whether that's reasonable, or by seat, the number of seats you have.
Alderman Jettie, do you mind if I pretend I'm the chair and I should call Mr. Buckley?
Absolutely.
All right, please, thank you for that indulgence. Mr. Buckley?
I believe I'm on this committee because, you wanted to have a restaurant perspective. So all I do is give what I believe is a true perspective. I do have a question first. I mean, when you're calculating spaces, are you calculating the lead in and the lead out, or are you just calculating spaces used? That's just something to be thought about. As far as going $1,000 a space, I think you're kind of missing the point of having the extended dining. If it's to get to the point where you're actually getting a profit from doing this, it's really not what this was all about. The average restaurant works on about a 5% margin. So you gotta do $100,000 in sales to make $5,000 net bottom line.
Right.
So when you start charging $1,000 for a parking space for some little restaurant that, you know, pick a little restaurant on Main Street, the likelihood of them producing enough revenue to not only pay for 2 spaces, but pay their people and turn a profit, I'm afraid, I can afford to do that. You know, we cut into profits and leave me with not a lot of meat on the bone, but I would still make a profit because we're busy. You would, I hate to say it, but I think you would take at least 50% of the people that you're trying to help and you just wipe them. They would say, no, thank you. I can read the tea leaves. You're gonna get a lot of no thank yous.
Thank you. The chair would like to interject. I would not be in favor of this because if we do this, then why have a committee? Because what is done is done. And then you would have a very, very hard time midstream changing it.
I would like to withdraw.
So there is no particular rush. So the thing is, this is why it needs to be methodically thought of and vetted, like Mr. Buckley said, by the stakeholders involved. And so I would not vote for that $1,000 for this year because I think it may bind our hands.
I think he withdrew his motion.
Yeah, I want to withdraw it.
You
So,
withdraw the motion?
after listening to Mr. Buckley, I thought charging some kind of nominal fee would be a better compromise, but now I withdraw.
So we're back to the committee then, so I misunderstood?
I
Okay,
withdraw.
we're back to the committee. Alderman Dow.
Yeah, it needs to go back to the committee because we haven't determined what we're gonna charge, why we're gonna charge it. We also haven't determined when the money comes in, where does it go to?
That's
Believe me,
correct.
that's a budget issue. And I can tell you, the other thing is that we can't charge fees at this committee. Only the full Board of Aldermen can charge fees.
So again, the intention was the motion to have a committee to form that. Alderman Clayton.
Thank you, and to what Mr. Buckley was saying, we're losing sight of the fact that I believe there was 44 parking spaces that are going to be lost with these barriers as it was proposed here. Maybe it'll be a little less because we've added a couple here and there, but the bottom line is that they may have 3 parking spaces, but they can only use 2 parking spaces. What are you charging them for? So that's why it does need to go to a committee that's going to completely vet this and look at what is the acceptable fees that they could bear. And I
Because
think
of the
that's-
late hour, unless there's new information, I will recognize you, but would appreciate if we can move this. Commissioner Shea.
I would like to move the question.
Motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Could we,
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, question is so
What
moved.
question
The ayes-
are you moving? I thought he withdrew his motion.
But there's the original motion
The
was still
original
on
motion.
the table.
Which is,
To form a committee,
Oh, okay, thank you, sorry.
okay. So the ayes have it, the motion is moved. All those in favor of forming a committee?
Would you like me to read the
Can you
motion?
read it, please? Thank you.
The motion is from Alderman Moran to defer the fees for 1 year and amend the ordinance so that years 2 and 3 would be tentatively approved pending the development of a fee agreement for land use by the restaurants, which would require approval of the Board of Aldermen.
Okay, you heard the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Chairs in question, the ayes, raise your hands.
7? Oh, 8.
Okay. Nays,
no,
raise
you should
your
have
hand,
9.
please.
You should have 9.
Should have known. I didn't count.
He forgot to count himself.
Okay, the,
All right, how many nays are there?
Nays, there's only 2.
There's 4. So it's 9 and 4.
9 to 4, the committee, the motion passes to form the committee. Thank you. And sorry, I apologize for being curt, but it is a late hour. So therefore, I have to ask this.
No.
Do we want to continue? I mean, we're very close. We've got map number 3. We have a pending question from Alderman Jettie. Still not 100% clear what the motion, do you have it?
I do.
Okay. Can you read the jetty motion then?
The motion from Alderman Jettie was to shorten the length of the barriers on the northwest corner of Factory Street and Main Street by 20 feet from the north side.
20? That's a lot of feet.
It's one parking spot.
Director Cummings, do you have GIS?
Oh,
yeah, we don't need
oh.
What'd you do?
I don't know. Hold on, freeze.
I think I just might have hit something under there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you just hit it
Oh,
again.
whatever you did, you just knocked it down.
There's a light loose wire going up to the feed here somewhere.
Oh, my God.
All right. That'll be $32 an hour for that. All right.
So I have.
Jim is hysterical in there.
Let's try, huh?
Do you
Jim
want
is
to hear what he said?
hysterical in there. He said, tighten the wire.
I asked him to check. Okay.
Tighten the
Let's-
wire.
I wouldn't touch it until we're done.
Yeah, but I'm not even moving my feet. I'm going numb.
I wouldn't touch it till you turn the electricity off.
All right.
So I have the GIS up, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
the reason I know there's a feature that you can measure.
Yep.
And I'm fearful here that by doing this 20 feet, we're gonna take away outdoor dining for,
You are.
maybe that's the intention of the motion maker, but we would be taking outdoor dining away completely because of that bump out, of San Francisco Kitchen. So can you measure from the tip, the 20 feet that we're talking about, was the intention on the motion, using the measuring scale, the GIS?
Bear with me.
Could I speak?
You may speak?
So I'm under the impression that there's 60 feet there, and parking spots are 20 feet each. So, you know, by shortening it by 20 feet, we're leaving approximately two dining spaces and providing an extra parking space. That was my thinking. Because of the fact that, you know, assuming San Francisco Kitchen can get their landlord to back them up, you know, their frontage, you know, they would, in order to use the barrier as drawn, it would extend them in front of the Wingate Pharmacy. And so I'm trying to bring it back so that the Wingate Pharmacy would get the parking that they're looking for. And that San Francisco Kitchen would still have some area for dining if they get their landlord's permission.
All set, Alderman Jen? Alderman Dow?
I'd like to move the question.
Move the question. Okay, the motion is to move the question. Just when you thought it was ready to go into order. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Can the, yeah, can the clerk please, read the jetty motion?
So the motion from Alderman Jettie is to shorten the length of the barriers on the northwest corner of Factory Street and Main Street by 20 feet from the north side.
Okay, I will call the question. All those that, I'm gonna make sure I might be in doubt, because this might be split. I'll call for the roll call. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
No.
Alderman Camozzi, yes. Alderman Govea.
Yeah.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Cathy.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
No.
Commissioner Shea.
No.
Kathy Carden-Smith.
Yes.
Michael Buckley.
No.
Ruth Boland.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
There's 7 yes, And 6 noes, so it carries.
Okay, moving on. Map number 3, anything else? Alderman Jettie?
May I just make sure I understand correctly? Is it Alderman Jetty's intention to reduce it by basically 1 parking space? So 2 parking spaces would be afforded the potential outdoor dining? That's my understanding?
Alderman Jettie?
Yes.
So then I just want to make sure you understand that without consultation with City Engineer Hudson, you are assuming that you can put the barriers at a 90-degree angle? And you can't do that, or at least I'm not aware that City Engineer Hudson has allowed that to happen in the past. So by reducing it 1, there may be an encroachment a little bit more into the secondary space that you were trying to provide for outdoor dining, which may be fine. I just want to make sure everyone understands the consequence of that, because technically right now you'd probably have about 1/3 of the second parking space that you were trying to make available for outdoor dining unavailable. And I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that because of just how you have to place the barrier. So if that was your intention, understood. I just want to make sure that was clarified.
And the chair wants to clarify, that 1 space, no matter what the intention was, with outdoor dining for San Francisco Kitchen is the moving of a handicap spot. So there is not gonna be public, there'll be handicapped as what is already existing.
Just point of order, we're debating the previous
No, it's
motion.
just clarification.
And I think we need to remind everyone of decorum.
It's clarification. So, Director Cummings had clarification. Yes, Alderman Cathy?
I'd like to make a motion that we move on to map 4. Without objection?
So, without objection, we TA'd map 3. Alderman Jettie?
Yes, I had another motion to
My
make.
apologies. I withdraw my motion.
So directing your attention to the area in front of the new men's clothing store. I think it's called Casanova, and Gentle Dental. You know, there's barrier, there's a barrier there to provide for outdoor dining, but we've learned that Zsa Bell's, this is beyond Zsa Bell's property, so they would not be able to utilize it for outdoor dining, and the clothing store and Gentle Dental aren't gonna use it for outdoor dining. So I would.
No, I think we put that motion to bed. Alderman Jettie, if you remember, at the very beginning of this meeting. That doesn't exist.
The law exists, though.
Yeah, we're going back to current law that exists right now.
So I think I can help clarify.
Yeah, please help clarify.
It's the same property owner who owns all of that, just so you're clear, just so you know. So it's from Zsa Bell's all the way down, it's the same landowner.
Okay, so
Just so you know.
I know that.
Okay.
So my motion is to eliminate the barrier providing for outdoor dining in front of Casanova and Gentle Dental and Bank of America.
Commissioner Shea?
If I may speak to the motion.
If you may.
I understand that on a good many occasions, it has been raised before this board that Zsa Bell's does not have a want or a need for the outdoor dining space. Largely in the public commentary that has been raised at multiple meetings, and that is absolutely not the case. I want to make sure that folks understand this. I spoke with Jessica from Zsa Bell's, and she said it would be very accurate to say, I summarized her feedback to me, but Jessica would like and intends to utilize as much outdoor dining space as she is allowed. So just so that there's no misunderstanding as to the desire of the business owner, which I think has been misrepresented unfortunately, she would very much appreciate an opportunity to participate in the program and would encourage us to allow her to do so.
Very good. Alderman Tebow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what we're trying to achieve with the nitpicking of the spots here. I feel like we're going after some of the smaller businesses. We just kind of hurt San Francisco Kitchen quite a bit. And now we're gonna try to go after Judge Bells, who was very clear today, saying that she wants all those spots, and the owner of the whole property is her landlord. So I would think they would be okay with what she's asking for. So I'm not sure why we're continuing this so we can't get through these maps. And so that's my concern. It's like, like I said, we've already hurt San Francisco Kitchen, and they're loyal. They come here quite often. They've stated their case. They're still recovering from the pandemic. And I'm not gonna argue that because we already voted on that, but
Mr. Buckley.
I also have a concern that if you eliminate that stretch you're talking about, now you have a whole block where everybody's gonna speed up again.
Right.
So I just think that could be problematic.
Alderman Como.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One, my understanding is even if we eliminated the barriers there, that it's still gonna be one lane of travel the length of the road, so it's not gonna open back up to 2 lanes unless we further modify this. And my second question is, through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Cummings, because I don't have the GIS. Can you tell me how many spots that section is, or what the linear length of that section is?
So the current proposal looks as though it would take up the current proposal that is drawn up on the city ordinance would take up 2 full spaces and a half of a space. And so if you were to eliminate that, you'd be basically freeing up 3 full spaces with the elimination.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Follow up.
So having been to Judge Bell's many times, that's almost as much table space as they have indoors, which just seems like for a business that size is much more space than they need. Even if we were going to give them something, we could give them half as much space, and it would still be a significant increase over what they're already using. It just seems like, I mean, that's a pretty significant chunk of that block for what is a fairly small establishment the rest of the year. It just seems like a disproportionate allowance for that one business.
Alderman Moore.
Here's my concern. I think we're getting into things that will be overturned by the BOA. And I think the more and more we go and make changes, I supported the last one because the restaurant had made a statement about just wanting 2 spaces. But this particular one, and maybe others, I could see a taste for the full BOA overturning this committee. And I don't want to see that happen because it makes it look like this committee is a sham, which I don't think it is. We are spending a lot of time here, and we don't need 9 members of the BOA to overrule everything we're doing here, which it's probably going to happen in one way or another, but I'm just putting that on the table.
Parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, you may.
Forgive me because I don't have the whole Masons memorized, but how would the BOA overrule decisions that we make here? Is that not our purview?
Because every committee makes a recommendation to the full
Right.
Board of Aldermen.
Which they would then either pass this or not pass it.
Or make changes.
Or make amendments.
It's open for amendments. Alderman Dowd.
Yeah, I think I already mentioned that she's already talked to her butters and they're okay with her doing this. I don't know where the negative part of that came up, but, so the other thing is, if we start just cutting up the barriers, I think we already determined that we can put the barriers there even if there's no dining, so I don't know what we're talking about, and again, it's getting late, and let's get through map 4 and get this passed one way or the other and move on.
Is that a motion to move the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the ayes have it. Clerk, please read the question.
The motion from Alderman Jettie is to eliminate the barriers in front of Jajabel's, Casanova, and Gentle Dental at the southwest corner of Factory Street and Main Street.
I call roll call. We're in the voting mode.
Alderman Dowd.
Absolutely no.
Alderman Camo is a yes. Alderman Gavea.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Cathy.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
No,
Commissioner Shea.
No.
Kathy Cardin-Smith.
Yes.
Michael Buckley.
No.
Ruth Boland.
No.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
5 yes. And 8 no.
Okay, that motion fails. Any further input on map number 3? Alderman Dowd.
Motion to move on to map 4.
There's a motion to move map 4. I don't think we need that. I think we could just go to map 4, saying there's no other further information for map number 3. I'll mark that as temporary TA, temporarily agreed to, and we'll move it on to map number 4. Director Cummings, introduce us to map number 4.
yes, and for brevity's sake, I've already actually gone through this one, so I don't think I necessarily need to do it again. Major highlights, city room, you've heard that previously. Fratello's along East Pearl Street, opening that back up a little bit. No real changes on Main Street, other than to try to open up some parking spaces to the most south of the street.
Okay, Alderman Como.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that my understanding from Director Cummings is that the city room is not requesting barriers, I would make a motion to remove the barriers from West Pearl Street in front of city room.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Mr. Buckley.
I just want to point one thing out. When you look at that, it looks very long, and it is, but keep in mind, part of that is work area for the Performing Arts Center and has nothing to do with the restaurants.
Yes.
may I make a motion?
An amendment?
I've got a motion on.
Oh.
We have a pending motion on the
Okay,
DAQ.
I don't think I
Is it
can.
germane to be an amended to help you out?
I'll tell you what I was gonna say, and you tell me how
Well,
to do it.
I'll give you the latitude for
Okay,
that.
I was gonna make a motion to accept map 4 with deleting the barrier in front of city room.
That's kind of what he did.
That coincides with yours, right?
Yeah, I assumed
I
once we,
think that's,
once we
that
did this.
mirror is basically his. Am I correct in assuming that, Commissioner Shea?
I believe you are, and I would move the question.
I think we're talking the same thing, yes. So the motion to move the question, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion to move the question is, can you clerk please read the
Director
question?
Cummings has a waving a hand.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. So that was an amendment to the current motion.
I
So
don't
you
think
just,
she made it.
what's that?
I don't think she made it.
So she didn't make the motion. That's why I
No,
want.
because I think they're both the same.
No,
No,
no, hers
what I
was.
wanna do is I wanna make them, I'll make my motion after we vote on this.
Okay, we could have entertain another motion. Okay, read the Como motion then?
So the motion by Alderman Camo to remove the barriers in front of city room on, West Pearl Street.
Okay, discussion on the motion.
We moved the question.
Okay, move the questions. Thank you. Late. Clerk, please call the roll.
Do you want to do a voice vote?
Oh, we could do a voice. I think
Is
this
this
is a
to
good
move the question,
contentious.
or we
All
already
those in
did
favor
that?
signify.
We moved the question already.
Yeah, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Beautiful. Okay, further motions.
I would like to make a motion that we accept map 4 And by accepting map 4, being at the last map of this program, we accept all maps as presented and voted on. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Okay. Discussion on that motion, Commissioner Shea.
I would like to move the question.
Okay, the question is so moved. All those in favor of moving the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, nays, raise your hand, please. Only, there's 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. So the ayes have it?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Alderman Kathy.
Just like to make a clarification, or I don't know if it's amendment. You said accept the maps
As amended.
you said as amended?
Should be
Okay,
as amended.
all right, okay. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Okay.
Okay. All right, that leaves us now, we did all the maps, map 4.
Oh, we gotta still
and
vote.
We gotta vote.
Wait a minute, we moved the question, right? Did we
We
vote
moved
on
the
it?
question.
Correct, we
Now we
moved the
have to
question, we
vote.
didn't vote it.
Oh, okay, let's go to the vote then, thank you. Can the clerk please read the question and go into a vote?
He certainly can. The motion is to accept map 4 and all maps as amended.
Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor, raise your hand. I think it's,
Yeah, it's 13 to nothing.
okay. Motion passes. Okay, now I will say that we accepted all the maps, a set of changes. The only thing left to really be, there's one item though, the review and suggestion of the adding traffic study. Traffic study's got to be continuing through this. Director Cummings, can you brief us on that this is an ongoing improvement, such as the octagon system for the buses and everything, I'll say that. So this is moving forward, it's
Mr.
got to
Chairman,
continue.
point of order, you skipped an item.
I did it purposely, yes.
Are we not gonna talk about that?
We
item?
will.
Okay, just
The
wanted to
chair
make sure.
does have the right to skip, go
Just
off.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah, as long as he finishes everything on the agenda, yes. So Director Cummings, can you bring that up?
Yes, I'd be happy to speak to the fact that it would be something I would work on with City Engineer Hudson to develop a traffic study. I heard that loud and clear at the previous meeting. I've also already initiated conversations with economic development consultants for an economic impact study as well. We will develop a scope and we will bring it before finance. We're gonna need to find money for both endeavors, but we would work on that through the summer and have something to report back to you all before we were to do this again next year, as I believe that was the intention from prior conversations.
I don't see a need for a motion on this since this is a continuing study, if you're all in agreement. Commissioner Shea?
I just have a parliamentary inquiry, I think.
Yes.
Did we just move forward with this unanimously? Is that correct?
Yes.
I just want to recognize everybody for a great job.
Yeah,
For
well,
that.
we're not done yet.
Yeah, okay.
Just the maps.
Hold,
Good,
yeah.
good.
Just the maps.
Very good. Well, I appreciate you all. Thank you.
But I'll put down that the traffic study will be in continuing with this, so, and if that's good enough, we'll go with that. But it is on the agenda. Alderman Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification's sake, and maybe this is a question for Director Cummings.
Yes.
When you have the scope ready to go, would you have to bring that to the joint committee because it's related to barriers, or would you have to go to finance first to get the money before you brought it to infrastructure or PEDC?
That's a great question. I don't believe we would have to bring it to finance for a contract approval.
You did, okay, so you could just do it regardless. Okay.
Alderman Dow?
I have a question for Mr. Buckley. If we made the dates May 27th through the end of September, do you think that's okay, or would you want a longer period, a shorter period?
Well, we've already seen some 70-degree days, and there'll be more really coming soon. So what's gonna happen is, sometime in the next 30 days, people are gonna start saying, when are you bringing your tables out? When are you bringing your tables out? All you need is 3 days like that, and everybody's freaking out. I think if you wait to the end of May, you're losing an opportunity to get people excited about dining outside, because it's those first days of the warm weather that people are just super excited. You're better off taking them off the end than taking them off the beginning.
So my suggestion to you is to make a motion on the dates that you feel most restaurants would feel comfortable with.
Before that motion, the chair does have a question to Director Cummings. When can this be done at its earliest or latest to get the barriers up? I think that's going to be the limiting factor.
Well, so there's two answers to that. There's this year, and then there would be the following years. This year, I think we would be really hard pressed to make a May start. I think we're actually probably looking at more of a mid-June start at this point, at the earliest.
Because of the painting and everything.
That's the reality of the situation. And so that's just probably how this year would be. And then whatever it is for next year, we would target that for placement.
Alderman Como.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond real quickly to what Mr. Buckley was saying, there's nothing preventing any of these restaurants from starting outdoor dining as soon as the weather permits. You don't have to wait for the barriers to.
No permits.
Well, but the permits.
Go by a time date.
Exactly, but that's already.
We could already apply for
That's
this.
already established. So if the weather cooperates, there could be outdoor seating much earlier than there are barriers. So when we're talking about the dates, we're not talking about the dates of outdoor dining, we're talking about the dates of extended outdoor dining.
Right.
And to that end, I personally feel like Memorial Day to Labor Day is a perfect length for the expanded outdoor dining, with the understanding that ahead of that start date and beyond that end date, outdoor dining without the barriers can continue as long as the weather cooperates. We're only talking about the dates for the barriers. And so that's why I feel like Memorial Day to Labor Day is a fair compromise. School is out, that's the nicest weather, that's the longest hours of daylight. Before and after those dates, if the weather cooperates, you can do outdoor dining on the sidewalk as you have for many years.
I would like to give the usual caveats. Memorial Day is a holiday. That doesn't mean that it would stop, that it would have to be a date before, because Public Works is going to be considered that a holiday. So we're basically, by this, is when they can stop at the barriers as well, too, to start to put them up.
If I could follow up.
Yeah.
If this became a motion and it was something that I would put into writing, I would phrase it in such a way that expanded outdoor dining could begin on Memorial Day. So whatever day Department of Public Works had to begin installing the barriers to make that Memorial Day start date happen, I would be fine with.
What do you guesstimate, Director Cummings, as the lead time on that?
So I anticipate this year in particular, and probably in future years, but at least this year, we're definitely gonna need to use an outside contractor. In the years past, we were able to actually get the barriers set up within one day. So the problem is though, is we're gonna need to actually set the time, and a lot of these contractors are busy, and we're not in their queue. So I don't know when it actually would happen this year.
Good point. Okay, Alderman Kathy.
Two things. Just a clarifying question. Are you saying that you're gonna use an outside contractor because it would be too much of a jam schedule for DPW at this point, correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. There's others, but that's the predominant.
Okay, understood, thank you. I would like to make a motion.
Yes.
That the timeframe be from Memorial Day on, understanding the contractor schedule. If we can't get it done and you're hitting the mid-June, that is what it is, but my motion would press for the Memorial Day start to mid-September end date. The 15th, we'll call it,
Alderman Wilshire.
Thank you. On the end date, I mean, it seems to me like if we start even mid-September, but I think initially we had talked about Labor Day,
Right.
it's still summer. I mean,
Right.
there's still a lot of days left after that to dine outside. I would personally, I'm not gonna make an amendment, I'm not on the committee, I could make one, but I'm not going to go till Columbus Day. It's like
Which is-
October 10th or 11th or something like that.
The current legislation reads October 15th,
October 15th.
just so you know.
I'd like to amend my motion if I may.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Wilshire. I will amend it to Columbus Day, Memorial Day to Columbus Day. Understanding that DPW or an outside contractor might not be able to get it on Memorial Day, but that is the prime date that we would be shooting for.
Have you considered Indigenous Peoples' Day? This board has voted Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples' Day. You know.
Whatever that day is,
Okay.
The next business day.
Yeah. So, looking at this year, good old Chris, Indigenous Peoples' Day is October 10th. On this year.
The next business day.
Yes, Commissioner Shea.
I would be interested in Mr. Buckley's perspective on this, and I'll kind of couch it with my thoughts, and I could be off. But we've talked about kind of the idea of the summer being in full swing, and that being the nature of kind of this later start to it. In my observation, the summertime is more so people are out of town because the schools are out. And with that, it's not necessarily the time to make hay while the sun is shining, pun intended. And a lot of the dining and the busier times are late April, May, when it is nice, but people don't have a week off, so they are in town. And then, maybe the last week in August where people are in a position where they're like, okay, kids are going back to school, I'm gonna, stick around this weekend, and then getting into September where people are definitely not on vacation. There's more economic activity in April, May, and September, October than there is in June and July. And if I could, through you.
Yeah, and first, thank you. Just grace me for a second.
Sure.
I accepted Alderman Kathy's motion, and this is discussion on the motion. I don't know if I clearly delineated that, but that's where we are now, and you are entitled to ask Mr. Buckley the question. Mr. Buckley, would you like to respond?
I guess your question is it more prudent to start sometime in May versus wait until the end of May?
Yes.
Well, you're correct in your comment that once we get into the summer months is when we, lose a lot of people to vacation time. The most excited they are to dine outside is at the beginning, and then they're happy through the whole season, trust me on that. I'm glad you went to Columbus Day, because some of the nicest time to dine is in the fall, when it's warm but not cold, and the sun's a little lower. It's the best. So I would say that Columbus Day is kind of where the restaurant industry drops off. We crank till Columbus Day, and then it's like you fall off a cliff. So that's perfect, Columbus Day. I like the idea of the first week of May, only because if the weather is nice, all the restaurants are catching Mother's Day, and that's huge. Mother's Day weekend is huge. And if it's nice out, everybody wants to take mom out to dinner and dine outside. But if it's, it really is weather dependent.
Thank you.
And
Yes, Ms. Bowen.
I'm okay with May. I don't really care about May, so. But on the other end, Christmas shopping starts in October. It's moved up like a month in the last 3 years, last 2 years.
What is the date of Columbus Day?
Columbus Day is October 10th this year.
So to go past the end of September is going to actually hurt the retailers specifically because people want to come downtown and start shopping. They want to shop in September too, but I understand that you want outdoor dining there, but that's really the key for me, is to not have that go past the end of September.
The chair has to ask, Alderman Kathy, would you be amiable to the Mothers of the Wild? May 8th this year is Mother's Day, so it seems to follow the second Sunday in May.
Usually around there, yep.
So for your consideration, Alderman Como.
Did you want Alderman Kathy's answer before I go?
I'll let him digest it.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
When you float a mother's card, it's a tough one, you know?
Why you gotta be like that?
Don't bring your mother into it.
Thank the Lord she goes to bed at like 7 p.m.
So, with respect to my colleague Alderman Kathy, I was going to make a motion for Memorial Day to Labor Day. Hearing some of the discussion on Alderman Kathy's motion, I would be willing to compromise on that date. So, and I recognize that we're gonna have to choose one way or the other. So I'm going to make a motion to amend to replace Indigenous Peoples' Day with September 15th, and I'd like to speak on my motion.
You may speak on your motion.
I feel like September 15th is a good middle ground between a lot of the sentiment that I've been hearing around an end date of Labor Day, with some of the counter arguments regarding going as far as Indigenous Peoples' Day. If we split that difference, we're right around mid-September. So that's why I would motion to amend to replace Indigenous Peoples' Day with September 15th.
Discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Shea.
One of New Hampshire's biggest times of year for tourism, and granted we are not the White Mountains, is leaf peeping season. I would love to think and do believe that this would come to be. We, as years go on, could further develop a reputation as a destination for people, not for their whole trip necessarily, but as they're coming up from Connecticut or whatever for the week, they may make a stop off in Nashua on a weekend on one side of their trip for some lunch. You know, and I also would agree with the sentiment of Mr. Buckley that some of the most glorious days for sitting out and dining outside are really in that balmy, temperate fall season. Going into early September, we still have some very hot days. I really do agree that kind of that late September, first week of October is truly the sweet spot. It's the most enjoyable time, and so I would not support the motion to amend.
Yes.
I'd like to revise my amendment. I said the 15th, I mean the 18th, which would be a Sunday. That would allow for the completion of that weekend.
Yeah, I would reiterate my non-support. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Kathy?
PI, if I may?
Yes.
He has an amendment on the floor. If I wanted to amend my original motion, I'd have to wait for a vote on his amendment.
Yeah, I'm gonna handle his first, and then we're
Okay.
coming right back to yours there. Yes, sir. Ms. Bowen?
So I just want to remind everybody, we're only talking about the extended outdoor dining. You can still have the dining on the sidewalks into the middle of October.
You gotta talk into the microphone.
I'm so sorry. You can still have dining on the sidewalks until whenever you're allowed to have dining on the sidewalks. And most of the activity, I'll just bring this up again, is at night. It's not during the day, and the nights do start to get cool. Most of the outdoor dining does not happen during the day, regardless of what time of the year it is. Some of the restaurants aren't even open until night, and it does get cooler at night. So I reiterate, I would really not like to see this go past the end of September.
Okay, is it something fresh? Because the chair would like to dispatch this and try to facilitate to a close, but Alderman Gehrig, please.
I move the
Waiver.
question.
Don't interrupt that one. Didn't see that.
It's a long day for me too. Hey, guys, I won the case. I get you $2 million, okay?
Not
Yes,
yet.
he did.
Not
Gotta get to
yet,
the
but I
Senate.
did good.
Yes, you did great. You were incredible.
So he's moved the question.
Yeah, move the question, thank you. All right, the question is moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the question is moved. Can the clerk please read the como momo?
The como momo.
The como momo, please.
That's what I'm gonna call any motion I make from now on. is como momo.
It started here, folks.
So the motion by Alderman Como is to replace Indigenous Peoples' Day with September 18th in Alderman Cathy's original motion.
Can the clerk please call the roll?
Do you want to roll or do you want a voice?
Voice.
Voice,
All right.
okay, voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Hands?
Thank you.
For which one?
one's nays?
Yes.
Nays?
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 No.
Okay, so.
Oh, yays.
Nays.
No, sorry.
Nays.
8. And yeas,
Yeas, please.
so it's 8 nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, motion fails. Back to the Cathy motion. Alderman Cathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to amend my motion, which I think will take everyone into consideration. I will concede Mother's Day.
Oh,
Okay.
your mother's gonna love you.
Yeah, she'll be like, you never talked to me. But on the end, I would like to change it to September 31st. The reason being that
There's
the
no
original.
31st day in
30th.
September.
Sorry, 30th, thank you. The reason being the original was the end of October, then the other side wanted Labor Day, the end of September, smack dab in the middle. We're giving you the beginning of May as the concession. I think it's the perfect marriage
Point
of
of
the
order,
dates.
just before you put this in writing, the 30th is a Friday. So I would think
Wait
you'd
till
want to
after
do
the
either
weekend, I
the one,
guess?
the weekend
Yeah.
before, or the weekend after, so that would be
The weekend
Sunday would be the 2nd. October 2nd.
Yeah, that's fine. October, Mother's Day weekend, I don't know the date.
But that
Two.
changes every year.
Right, so it would be,
Both.
what you wanna do is first
Well,
weekend in
someone
October.
tell me the date and
Yeah,
I'll,
first
you know.
weekend on
Let me, what is
So
it?
second weekend in May to the last weekend in September.
Mother's Day is,
Because if we are talking about 3 years, then the numbers are.
okay, Mother's Day is the 8th, Sunday the 8th. So,
No, that's this year. Next year's
So,
different.
can I help you?
I'll go by the month, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
Can I pre-help you, that the barriers we have pre-Mother's Day to
The end of September.
second Sunday or whatever in October, something like that. That floats it, agree?
Yep.
Not the
So-
second Sunday, no.
Wait, wait,
You didn't say
Mother's
that.
Day
First
is the
weekend.
second weekend in May. And then your
It's the
intention is to go to
Second
the,
Sunday in May,
that's what I said, the second weekend in May
yeah.
to the last weekend in September. Is that your intention?
Yes, thank you.
I think, excuse me,
Okay. Yes, Mr. Buckley.
I think you definitely have to nail down the exact day it starts. Like, obviously, the berries have to go out on a certain day, and then the restaurateurs have to know they can set up on a certain day. You're not gonna be setting up on Mother's Day, so you need to know.
No,
are
no,
you
this
setting up
is
the-
why I'm looking at
Yeah.
Director Cummings, because I think the dates that we're talking is the tentative, those are the start dates that I think that you're looking at. And so all the barriers would be up prior to that.
So we'll need to know the.
Yeah,
the day
yeah, you don't want them to
start.
start on Mama's Day and then say, yeah, Mom comes down for dinner and go, hey, don't you love me, son?
Maybe you wanna say the Friday before Mother's Day.
The barriers would be up for the Friday before. Let's go with that.
Until the first Sunday in October.
There's the Dartmouth, God bless you, thank you, corporate counsel, appreciate it.
I approve.
You agree?
Yes.
So
Okay.
the Friday before Mother's Day until,
The first Sunday.
The Monday or Tuesday after the second.
Yes, Alderman Cathy?
If my motion's in order, I'd like to move the question.
so,
we can
so
vote.
the end date.
Okay, let's
the end-
clarify the motion.
I just want to make sure I know what you're suggesting for the end date.
First Sunday in October.
First Sunday in October.
Yeah, that's fine.
You want the first Sunday or first?
Sunday would be the last day of the barriers.
So it would be so just so I'm clear, it's the Friday before Mother's Day, which in this instance could be like, what, the 5th, 6th?
I think it's the sixth.
The
Yeah.
6th, yes.
And then it would be the first Sunday in October,
The first,
Which
yeah.
this year would be the second.
but it would be the first Sunday in October, would have outdoor dining still, so in theory, it would be the next day?
Right, they come down on Monday.
That's why I just want to clarify, I get it, yep, okay.
So if I understand the motion correctly, the effective dates the barriers will be there is the Friday before Mother's Day to the first Sunday in October.
Got it.
So then they would go up the day before and come down the day after.
Got it.
Now that it's clarified, I heard a motion to move the question.
There's a motion to move the question.
First Sunday in October,
Yes.
in 2023, that would be the, Saturday, the 8th.
Point of order, there's a motion to move the question.
Cannot possibly be.
I don't think he heard you.
Point of order, there's a motion to move the question, which is not debatable.
Okay.
It sounds like we.
Oh, okay.
I just want to clarify the motion.
Motion's been made to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay,
Nays, put your hands up, please.
It's just me.
And-
No.
Okay, so
okay. I will call the question. Can the clerk read the question?
I can in 1 second.
1,000.
So the motion is from Alderman Cathy to amend his previous motion to say that the start date will be the Friday before Mother's Day, and the end date will be the first Sunday of October.
Can't
Question's
talk to
been
it.
moved.
Yeah, question's been moved. I'll get a call for the vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Nine.
Wait a minute.
What did,
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Okay, can the clerk please repeat the question?
The motion by Alderman Cathy is to amend his previous motion to say the Friday before, the start date will be the Friday before Mother's Day, and the end date will be the first Sunday of October.
So that we're voting on, those are going to be the dates.
Correct. His original motion was
Okay.
to set the dates, and this amendment was to change the dates he had originally proposed.
And he took care of Mama too.
So,
She's so proud.
just,
I'm proud of you.
just again, real quick, to make sure I get this right.
Please.
Yeas, hands up, please. 9 yeas. And the nays? So it's, that carries 9 to 4.
Alderman Dow.
Yes, if there's no further business, I have a motion.
Well, we have to vote on the original motion now that we've
Oh.
voted on the amendment.
That's why I asked.
Okay. The question's been moved, so can the clerk please call the original motion?
So the motion now before us is from Alderman Cathy to say that the start date of extended outdoor dining will be the Friday before Mother's Day, up until the first Sunday in October.
Okay. The question was moved.
Have we, parliamentary inquiry,
Yes.
have we moved the question, or did we move the amendment?
We
You moved the
moved
amendment.
we moved and approved the amendment, we have not moved the question.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll open it.
I motion to move the question.
Well, I was already called upon, I
He
believe.
did have the floor.
So I would just be interested to know Mr. Buckley's perspective, because I did notice that he did not support the amendment, and if he would be interested in sharing, I'd like to know why.
I would be. Thank you for noticing. I supported the amendment up until the moment I looked at my phone and saw that the 5th is Cinco de Mayo. And it doesn't mean anything to me, but it means a lot to some of the other restaurants on Main Street.
That's a good point.
So you may want to move it up one more day.
For cultural reasons, can we be a little bit more ecumenical here, folks?
that would make.
To our
We would-
Mexican friends?
We would need another amendment.
Huh?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, if I may, and I wasn't,
please.
I wasn't actually going to chime in on this, but since
you
it,
might as well.
since it did get raised and you're still discussing the issue, you know, believe it or not, some time and thought went into picking these dates. I actually did speak to a lot of various stakeholders to try to arrive at this. And this is actually a compromise that was where the original set out was March 15th to November 1st. So we originally had written in the ordinance May 1st because we actually did take into consideration some of these things because we spoke to some of the other restaurants. So I leave my comments there. I just want you guys to have the full context. Thank you.
Okay, so what's your date, March 1st to?
No, May 1st. May 1st.
May 1st. Alderman Jettie.
Yeah, so I support leaving it the way it was originally written, May 1st to October 15th. As Mr. Cummings pointed out, May 1st catches the Cinco de Mayo, and October 15th, as Mr. Buckley requested, and Mr. Shea catches the October holiday, whatever it's called now. And, the leaf, people, coming, visiting, looking at the foliage. So I'm in favor of leaving it May 1st to October 15th.
Alderman Cathy, you want to weigh in? Do you want to withdraw, or do you want your motion to move forward? It's your call.
I'm going to amend. I'm going to somewhat disagree with my colleague from Ward 5. But I do have a question before I make that amendment.
Please,
if I may.
your question's in order.
Mr. Cummings, DPW does not work on Sunday, is that correct?
They have in the past.
Okay. And if this year you're getting a contractor, they could also work on Sunday?
That's correct.
Okay. So, with that being the case, I move to amend my original motion to May 1st, which is a Sunday this year, but keeping the original end date of the first Sunday in October.
Discussion on that amended motion. Alderman Como.
Yes, thank you. I am not a leaf peeping expert, although I have enjoyed taking my kids up north on many occasions, and my experience is that leaf peeping season is September, and by the time we get to the first and second week of October, it is long gone, even this far south. So I would disagree with the idea that the second week in October, we're gonna be attracting a lot of leaf peeping tourists, because I do not believe that that's gonna be the case.
Commissioner Shea?
I am a leaf peeping expert.
Along with the color expert?
Yes, man of many hats. So, in the northern latitudes of New Hampshire, that statement is correct. When you talk about Winnipesaukee South, not so much. Winnipesaukee, and a lot of it, of course, depends on humidity, temperatures. But when you're talking about south of the White Mountains and the Winnipesaukee region, you are looking at first, second week in October for peak in that area. It also goes east to west. But when you're talking about Nashua, peak for here and peak for Pac-Monadnock, for example, would be closer to the 10th to the 20th. Most years leaning towards that 10th date of October, yeah.
Alderman Cathy.
With all due respect to people who like leaves, to me, it's irrelevant to outdoor dining, in my humble opinion. I think this is a great compromise. We're almost back to the original dates, and you guys aren't having to give up, the people who wanted the original dates aren't having to give up much. You saved the holiday season. I mean, we're really at it. So I'm gonna move the question and just vote on my amended motion.
Okay, the question, motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, nays, how many?
2.
2, okay, go with that. Okay, moving the question, clerk, please quote the question.
Motion is by Alderman Cathy to amend his original motion to make the start date May 1st and the end date the first Sunday in October.
Okay, question has been moved. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand signify by saying aye.
11 yeas, nay.
Motion passes. Ladies,
I-
yes,
well, I
Alderman
have-
Dow, not yet.
The original motion now.
The original motion. Carry on, please.
Oh, yeah.
So now we are back to the original motion from Alderman Kathy to set the dates for extended outdoor dining, with the start date being May 1st and the end date being the first Sunday in October.
Okay, discussion, Alderman,
Well, I'd like to move the question.
you like to move the question?
Yes, I would.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Question is so moved. Ayes have it. Clerk, please call the question.
So the motion is from Alderman Kathy to set the dates of extended outdoor dining by setting the start date to be May 1st and the end date to be the first Sunday in October. Question's been moved.
The question's been moved. Okay, I'll call for the vote. Raised by hand, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
I'm still counting the yeses.
Oh, okay.
Give me the yeses.
You're easier with the nays.
All right, 11 yeas, nay. Carries.
Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before we jump to a superseding motion, I'd like to be recognized for a second.
Yes.
I want to address this before it goes back to the joint committee, because I think it's pertinent to what we discussed throughout the night. And I would like to make a motion, even though it's a late hour, that the city shall advise all impacted businesses of extended outdoor dining that they may seek relief from their property owner if they disagree with the placement of outdoor dining equipment. I think we should notify all these folks that are impacted.
I think that's going to dangerous waters. I am not going to support that. I think the current law stipulates from what we heard from corporate counsel, but I will entertain that motion. Any discussion on the motion? Alderman Cathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You put into words what I was trying to figure out from the start. I feel like it's a good mix of letting businesses know that they do have recourse or they can seek relief if they didn't know the law existed or whatnot. I think it's a great way of letting them know, hey, this is a thing. If you have an issue, so I will support that.
Okay, can you repeat the motion?
Yep. And I would like to speak to my motion.
Yes, can you repeat it first?
Yes. The city shall advise all impacted businesses of extended outdoor dining that they may seek relief from their...
Hold on 1 second. Advise all impacted businesses
of extended outdoor dining that they may seek relief from...
I can only write so fast. Extended outdoor dining that they may seek relief
from their property owner
from their property owner. Yep.
if they disagree with the placement of outdoor dining equipment.
Got it, thank you.
Here's why I think this is important. There is an established law. I've been downtown so many times, and I've spoken to business owners and property owners, one of whom is actually here and hope she'll speak later. They didn't know that this was a law until tonight. And I think by creating extended outdoor dining, we put a lot of onus on the property owners to say, you know what, we put up these barriers. This is your problem now if your tenants don't agree to where it's placed. And it kind of creates a, like earlier we had complaints about neighbor versus neighbor, now it's landlord versus tenant. And I get notices in the mail about taxes, I get notices in the mail about water stuff happening, dynamite being blown off in the neighborhood. I don't think it's a big cost to send out a letter to the property owners to say, just heads up, you might have business owners in your property that are gonna complain about this and you should be aware of it. I also don't think that, obviously some people may disagree with this, but I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's the absolute right thing to do to let property owners that they might have to face this, and there could be a liability that they have to face and not the city after what we heard here tonight.
Discussion on the motion, Alderman Dowd.
Yes, First, I have a question for Attorney Bolton, for any liability for us putting out information on a legal question. And
I
if
don't
so,
think this
should
motion-
the letter, if this passes, go through legal for review?
I'm not gonna sign any such letter. I don't understand what the motion means by impacted business owner or whatever the words were. I don't know how you figure that out in advance to know who to send a letter to. And to say that they have recourse against the owner of property, the owner of the property in which their business is located, I suppose you mean? I don't know that that's true. I don't know of a cause of action for that.
I didn't use the word
If it's a
recourse.
breach of the lease, then they've got an action for breach of the lease. But other than that, I think that is advising them of some legal right that they very well may not have. And I'm not gonna have anything to do with it, I will tell you flat out.
So, and I didn't use the word recourse.
That was me, my
Yeah.
mistake.
Someone said recourse.
So we should let the property owners know that their tenants might come to them and say, I don't want this in front of my property, and that is their problem, not the city's problem. Because that's what we said here tonight. We really did say that tonight. That's what we heard. Putting in writing, what's the difference between it being on a public record verbally than in a letter?
I am not going to advise anyone that they have a cause of action when I don't think they do. I'll just tell you that. And I don't think the city should be in that position. If people want to understand what the law is, they should go and seek counsel of their choosing. I don't think we should be giving legal advice in general to anyone.
Is that legal advice?
Yes,
Can we send them a copy of the RSA?
there's no RSA to this. This takes extended research of case law going back hundreds of years.
Could we phrase it in your opinion that you made here to the board?
My opinion is to my client, which is the city. In this case, it's acting through this body. I give that opinion not in general, not to the world, and I'm not going to sign any letter providing an opinion that they have recourse where I don't think they have recourse. In most cases, if there's a breach of the lease, everyone can read their own lease and see what that means. And if the landlord wants to have goodwill with the tenants, perhaps the landlord will ask his tenants, what do you prefer? Is it gonna bother you if I let this person do this or that person do that? But I don't think we've got any business encouraging people to bring suit or encouraging people to raise issues or any of that.
Well, perhaps the private citizen will do that then.
Ms. Smith?
I think what Alderman Moran is talking about is just to differentiate. I don't think it's to bring recourse. I think the conversation is getting a little askewed, but as a business owner and as a building owner, I, as a small business owner, am busy, and I had no idea that we had we could go to City Hall and say, the barriers are in front of us, the area's not being used. Can we then have those barriers removed? And I think this is what Alderman Moran is speaking of. So, we just went
Well,
through
I
this.
said nothing about that
Yeah.
at all tonight.
No, I'm not, no, but.
I mean, anyone can come to the Board of Aldermen and basically ask the Board of Aldermen to do anything within their power. I specifically did not say anything about any private right to affect barriers tonight at all.
No, what I think what he's trying to put forth is that the city would notify people that they have options if barriers are in front of a structure that they own, that they be removed. Because we just said that they are allowed, restaurants are allowed to have it in front of their establishment. but they need to ask the abutters.
we gotta
Well,
be
I
clear
was
that
an
this isn't
abutter to two
barriers.
restaurants,
Not
We
barriers.
and I was never asked, so.
I've never said that.
It
No.
wasn't,
I
it
don't know where
wasn't
you're getting
barriers.
this from.
It
I never
wasn't
gave that
dining
opinion of the
equipment.
law.
Dining equipment, no, and I'm not, yeah, I know you weren't using the word barriers. I just was trying to, is that where?
Yeah, my concern is that people didn't know that until tonight,
Right,
that if you have dining stuff in front of your property and you're the property owner, you can say, I don't want it there. Technically, the recourse isn't coming back to the city. Technically, the
No.
recourse is going to the third branch of government, the judicial branch, and seeking relief there. But I think somewhere it has to be known that, and I'm bringing this up because it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem, and we need to talk about it, because it could be a ghost town, and then we have barriers up, and it looks like we created nothing.
That's right.
All right, time is night, can we expedite this? Commissioner Shea.
I'd just like to note how complex and confusing and how much deliberation this group has had over this issue. Even with Attorney Bolton kind of laying it out for us, the differentiation between barriers, which are not so much relative to the property rights, the issue of dining. So you could have a space where there's a barrier that's a taper, it's for the purpose of traffic control, it is not for the purpose of dining. And if someone gets this letter and they have a taper barrier in front of their place, they're not gonna understand, and the property owner's probably not gonna understand that delineation. So if we send such a letter out, and is the letter going to spell these individual specifications out and what the issue is? For that reason, I think that this would cause a lot more havoc and distress of people who think that they have certain rights that they don't necessarily have. The right is really with the property owner. It has nothing to do with the business. The business's rights are only afforded them by virtue of their lease agreement. For that reason, and because I think that this would have more negative impact than positive impact, I would not support the motion.
Alderman Collins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support the motion for a couple of brief grammatical reasons. The first is because Alderman Moran said dining equipment and not barriers, which is a pretty clear delineation to me. And also because Alderman Moran said may seek relief instead of shall seek relief and instead of shall receive relief. So he's not suggesting that any course of action will happen. He's just,
I'll correct it. I did say shall, but I'll make my motion to be may.
oh, I'm sorry, I wrote may.
Yeah.
So,
It is now may.
okay. So may seek relief is different than shall receive relief, in my mind.
Not according to the state of New Hampshire, but.
Well, I don't believe that that's true, but that, so for
Well,
those,
you
for those
should sit up
reasons,
there.
for those reasons, I will support the motion.
Believe me, I have 16 years' experience on may and shall. Mr. Buckley,
I think we're creating a problem that doesn't exist.
I
I think that unless you had the foresight to see this way down the road and then built it into your lease, then this isn't a problem until somewhere way in the future when this is now known and people start working it into the leases. At this point, I doubt anybody on Main Street has such a thing, such a contract between themselves and their landlords prohibiting certain things in front of their business. I think that this is a non-issue.
Alderman Cath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes I like to flip it. On the other side, what we're saying is we don't want to let businesses or property owners know anything about this. And for 2 years, they didn't. So now we're saying, we're not going to tell you anything about case law or what you can and can't do versus barriers versus dining, which it was complicated for us to figure out. So it is incumbent upon us in the city, if we're messing with right-of-ways and all kinds of things, to let the property owners know, hey, this is a thing that you may want to be aware of, maybe not even legal advice, just, hey, this is a thing. I think that's fair, and I think because they didn't know, of course, there was no cases, and yeah, they don't all have written their lease, but at least they can start a conversation and say, hey, Mr. Property Owner, Mr. Landlord, I don't like this, can we work something out? Maybe next year, we don't have it because I don't like it, but this year, I understand my lease agreement doesn't have that provision, but at least gets the ball rolling, so in the future, we could have that conversation. I don't think they're just gonna go to the landlord and say, I don't like this, I'm out. But at least, I just don't like the idea of not telling them anything, because we've already done that, and I don't think that it was very fair.
Alderman Theobald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not in our purview to even deal with it. Like Mr. Buckley said, it's a non-issue. Our legal department's not even gonna sign any letter going out, so we're gonna send out a letter unsigned, legally send that out unsigned by our legal department? I just don't think that's something that's safe for us to do, and it's not in our purview. I don't think we should do it. I'm against it.
The chair wants to really move this, but the thing is, the chair wants to say, when I took the oath of office, I kind of took it to mean, part of the interpretation, no way or form that my actions would put the city of Nashua in any form of jeopardy. I feel this puts the city of Nashua in some form of jeopardy. If legal counsel does not like it, it doesn't pass the state test through the legal counsel, doesn't pass it with me either. Alderman Dow.
Yeah, the mayor is also a lawyer, and I don't think he'll allow anyone in the city to sign it, so I don't think we need to take any motions on it. If somebody wants to put it out on their own, go for it, but I will not support it, that you're putting the city in legal jeopardy.
Commissioner Shea.
I would like to move the question.
Okay, the question's moved. We're not, motion to move. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, one nays. The question is so moved. Will the clerk read the question?
So a motion from Alderman Moran is to have the city, to advise all impacted businesses of extended outdoor dining that they may seek relief from their property owner if they disagree with the placement of outdoor dining equipment.
The chair's going to call roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
No.
Alderman Camozzi, yes. Alderman Govea.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Cathy.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Mary Lou Blaisdell.
No?
Commissioner Shea.
No.
Kathy Carden-Smith.
No.
Michael Buckley.
No.
Ruth Boland.
No.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
You have 13 noes, 1 yes.
Motion fails.
Sorry, 12,
no,
12
no.
noes and 1 yes.
Hold on, let's,
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that the
Oh, you're kidding.
effective dates of the plan,
We already discussed that, Alderman Jettie. Do you want to revisit that again? We agreed to it.
You can
yeah,
still
I'm
amend your
talking about
motion.
the years that it's gonna be in effect. The ordinance as written provides for years 2022, 2023, and 2024.
But this is why we floated to the first, and I thought we took care of that.
That's
Those
just
are
the,
years.
that's just this year.
Those are the dates of the calendar year.
He wants to
I'm
amend the amount
talking
of
about
years.
limiting it,
Okay, go ahead. Go.
limiting it to 1 year to just 2022, and I'd like to speak on that.
Oh, you want to, go ahead.
So the reason I say that is that, we're experimenting here. This is this is our 3rd year with the barriers. We've made some significant changes here. And, I think one of the biggest changes was to remove the bottleneck down by Peddler's Daughter. Mr. Hudson believes, and I hope he's correct, that that's going to relieve a lot of the traffic congestion that people have complained about. And I'm hoping that that takes effect. But I think, we ought to, that, and there are a lot of other things that we've tweaked here. And I think that we ought to, revisit this next year after we've had a season of experiencing these changes we've made and see whether or not we want to continue with it as is or make further changes. So that's why I would like it to be just for the 1 year, so to force us to revisit it after the season.
Alderman Jettie, I think the foundation of this committee has been to be fluid. Nothing set in stone. This can be modified and adjusted, so is that what you're saying? We will revisit that.
If I may,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair? So I actually spoke to Alderman Ajeti about this very specific issue, and I reminded him, and now I'll just remind the group, that we contemplated this issue. So there's very specific language in the ordinance that gives the ability to amend this current proposal. And I'll read it to you. It says, upon recommendation of the Director of Public Works and the Parking Manager, and the approval of the Committee of Infrastructure, the mayor may adjust, and it goes on to list all the things that could be adjusted. So I believe you could take these concerns into consideration, not just yearly, but at any point over the next 3 years, and be able to handle it through the ordinance as it's currently written. I'll leave my comments there, thank you.
Sounds good to me. Alderman Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo Alderman Jetty's sentiments. I had thought about this for a while. You know, in 3 years, there'll be a new aldermanic board, maybe. Maybe we're all still here. That would be awesome. But maybe not. There'll be maybe a new administration. There'll be a lot of things going on. We're gonna have a traffic study, an economic impact study. Maybe we find out that barriers are the greatest thing ever and we want so many barriers, we'll just barrier city. Or maybe we find out this is a bad idea and we don't want to do it anymore. The problem is, generally speaking in government, once you get something going, you know, the old adage, like it's easier to not start a government program than to stop one that's already existing. So same thing with an ordinance. It's a lot harder to amend an ordinance or change an ordinance or get rid of an ordinance once it's already in. It's just easier to piecemeal it because we are building slowly in phases, and I think it behooves us to give ourselves a little bit of break, analyze some data. When we come back, it doesn't affect the people who are barrier proponents, because if we find out that we want barriers and we want them again, we could easily put them back or keep it going. But if we find out we don't, we can curb that. So you don't lose anything by just doing it 1 year, because you could just re-implement it.
Alderman Wilshire?
Thank you. I was thinking about that at one point too, you know, just do a one-year thing and see how it goes. But restaurants are businesses. I mean, they need to have staff, seasonal staff. They need to invest in whatever they're gonna use for their expanded dining. And for them to do that, and then a year later say, we're not gonna do this again, is a tough pill to swallow, I think. And we do have a built-in mechanism to make adjustments as we go, so over that 3-year period. But I think the investment that the downtown people are gonna make isn't fair if we say a year from now, we're taking it all away. That's my point.
Well, I think this is, the chairman trips this committee with the recommendation, this is going to be a 3-year commitment. The dates could be floating year to year, but we're making a 3-year commitment, and I think that's part of this. If we read 2022-008, am I correct, Director Cummings? It's a 3-year commitment.
Well, that's why I'm making a motion to amend it, to make it a 1-year commitment.
I think, well, the chair feels that we're talking businesses that have to do strategic planning, hire staff, everything else. They want to know this. As if I was running a business and it was my business model, I would like to know that I'm planting something rock solid. Do I invest in planters or do I not invest in planters for beautification? Why would I if I don't know if it's going to be here next year? So I think the 3-year commitment, in my opinion, is worthwhile. Alderman Como.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond real quick to a couple of those things, I agree with Alderman Jetty's point. A lot of this plan is different than what we've done over the last 2 years, and we've heard a lot of comments about how, you know, we're gonna study the impact of the changes that we've made, we're gonna get an economic study, we're gonna get a traffic study, and limiting this to 1 year will give us the opportunity to study those results and find out if this is working. And to Alderman Wilshire's point, if we decided a year from now not to do this again, it would be because it wasn't working. So if it was working and the restaurants have invested, you know, infrastructure costs and personnel costs, and it's working, we're gonna continue to do it. But I think that if it's not working, then they're not gonna wanna do it either. And my last thing is a question through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Cummings. Can you read the language again for me real quick about amending the process? I just wanna make sure I heard you correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the ordinance as written, 022008, and it says, planned amendments upon recommendation of the Director of Public Works and the Parking Manager, and with the approval of the Committee of Infrastructure, the mayor may adjust locations of barriers, parking spaces, fees for parking time, for parking spaces, locations of parking spaces, circumstances warrant, and in such cases, a new plan shall be submitted and published at least 14 days, calendar days prior to any of the adjustments being made.
So if I can follow up, Mr. Chair? So the beginning of that language said, the Director of DPW and the Parking Manager and the Committee on Infrastructure. So if we had a revision that we thought was appropriate and the Parking Manager said no, how does that move forward? It says and, so unless every one of these people is on board with the amendment, we can't even propose it?
I guess in theory, you could file another piece of legislation. You'd never be precluded from doing that.
So I think that just brings me back to Alderman Cathy's point, that it's easier to limit this to 1 year and see if we like the results than to roll the dice and hope that, you know, all of our chips are gonna line up a year from now. If we decide that a revision needs to be made, there's no guarantee that we're gonna get all of the agreements that we need to make that change. Even if all of us in this room agree it's appropriate, we could have one person shoot it down and then it's dead in the water.
That's not the case.
Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I learned being in the state is from the BIA, the business, very large business group. One of the things that they say is, don't come and give businesses 1 year. Don't give them short notice. Don't do this because you're hurting the business in every way, shape, and form. And I'm sure that the business owners here can say, and I can say that they were speaking to that of us reducing the BPT, I'm sorry, stopping the BPT from being reduced and the BET from being reduced, which is the business taxes. They said, you know, they plan ahead a year. So if they're planning ahead a year and they're doing their budget and they're doing all this stuff, what we're doing here is we're saying to them, we're gonna, for the next year or more, we're gonna keep things unsteady. You're gonna be kind of like on this rock where you don't know what's happening. And I don't think that's fair. I think we need to go through with a 3-year plan, a 3-year non-COVID plan that basically gives us a feeling as to whether or not this is happening. I think we're short-sighted. Last year, when this was brought through to ask us to do a 3-year plan, it was like, nope, let's kind of look at a 1-year plan. The board agreed to do a 1-year plan, and now look at how many days. We're already after midnight. We have argued over the smallest, minute type of thing, and we will be right here next year doing the same thing. And it's just gonna be a nightmare. I think we have to have a long-term plan to keep businesses satisfied. And I think Mr. Buckley would like to kind of speak to that. Thank you.
Mr. Buckley?
You're correct. I'll just further point out that the whole point of this is that we do it and we do it successfully. If you give everybody, oh, we're going to do it for a year and see what happens, there's not a lot of incentive for people to make, not just the investments they already have to make, like buying a few more chairs and tables, but saying, hey, I'm gonna really do it up. I'm gonna do planners, I'm gonna do lights, I'm gonna do outdoor carpeting, I'm gonna make this unbelievable.
Right.
Nobody's gonna do that if they think they're gonna get pulled out in a year. Yeah. You know, if you wanna do it right, you gotta do it right. If you don't wanna do it right, don't do it at all.
That's the point about Mr. Moore.
So,
Alderman Moore.
I don't think I would necessarily, I'm in agreement with the 3 years, but I do want to make a point. I am also a business owner in this city, not on Main Street. Do a good job. I have $1 million business that I created myself. And I have some sources that are government sources, but I can tell you I don't run my business based on government. You get the carpet pulled out of you all the time, and there may be a new board that comes in 2 years that says, first motion on the table is to pull this. So I would just encourage all businesses out there And we have very savvy business owners here that being reliant on government is not how you want to run your business. Prime example is what we're doing here and the time that it takes. So I just want to point that out. I don't support the motion, but I think it needs to be said that private-public partnerships are great when they're efficient, and this isn't efficient.
Alderman Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I blanked for a minute on what I was going to say. I apologize.
After midnight.
No, I wasn't going to move the question, but now I can't even recall what I was. Oh, I'm sorry. Just to Alderman Moran's point, food for thought. I don't like the way that the ordinance is worded. I think it makes the off-ramp really, really difficult. And I think that off-ramp at some point in this process needs to be changed where the BOA can step in and we don't have to go through like 3 levels of changing this, that, and the other thing, because that's way too convoluted. And if we, as a subcommittee of the BOA, are deciding it here, we should also have the same authority on the other end to then change it later. So I think we need to begin to think about at least allowing some sort of relief valve if we need one and the ordinance isn't working.
Ms. Blazo,
I'd like to
did you
move
have
the
a motion?
question, please.
Huh?
I'd like,
You got to talk into the microphone.
I'd like to move the motion, please.
Okay, there's a motion to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nays, raise your hand, please. Easier to count, I think. 1, 2. Yeah, the ayes have it. Okay, so therefore we have the question. The Jetty Amendment, can you read it, please?
The motion is from Alderman Jetty to change the years in effect from 2022, 2023, and 2024 to 2022 only.
Okay, the chair will make the call. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nay. I say the nays have it. The thing is, moving on, I would like to turn to my co-chair to make a motion. And the motion is from the Joint Committee of Infrastructure and Planning and Economic Development to make, and this task force, combined task force of the Committee of Infrastructure, Planning, and Economic Development, and the citizens, so with this group, the task force, otherwise known as the task force, to make a recommendation to the combined Committee of Infrastructure and Planning and Economic Development of final passage of Ordinance 022008.
I so move.
As amended.
So moved?
Yes.
The motion is so moved.
As amended.
As amended, yes.
Huh?
As amended?
As amended.
So
yes.
moved.
Okay, Alderman, discussion, Commissioner Shea.
Would you like a motion to move the question?
Sure.
I
Hold on,
would.
I'm still writing the original motion.
You could cut some of my verbiage off too, just phrase it so somebody, the average person knows what we're talking about. Okay, we didn't really tie up the ends on that, but we did, now we did.
That is my motion.
Yeah. Okay, are you ready? We can move the question. We can
Go ahead.
dispense with that. There's a motion on the floor to move the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Aye.
Thank you.
He's in a 15-second.
The clerk is still writing.
All right. Alderman Moran, correct me if I get this wrong, please. The motion is from Alderman Moran to recommend to the joint committee that they recommend final passage to the full Board of Aldermen 022008 as amended.
That sounds exactly what I said.
Without further ado,
We have to vote on that motion.
Yes, that's what I intend to do. Without further ado, I will, can the clerk call the roll, please?
Roll or voice?
You would like a roll or voice?
Well, we could do voice.
All right.
I think we're all in agreement. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nays, raise your hand,
Three.
please. Thank you. Okay. At this particular time, I really want to thank Ruth Boland, Michael Buckley, Kathy Cotton-Smith, Paul Shea, and Mary Lou Blaisdell. As citizens, you exemplified what it means to be a resident of Nashua by partaking in this committee. I don't think we were 100% on our best behavior. Please excuse us, but we tried. But your participation and your good work here kept us to this task. I can't thank you enough as chair, and I'm sure I speak for my co-chair. I cannot thank you enough for your dedication to service that you provided in your recommendation with this tonight. So you're welcome to stay, but at this particular time, we're gonna adjourn.
Motion
and
to
then
adjourn.
We're gonna go into the next as we
I
brought
want to
up
recognize them.
on the,
You guys stole my move the question
yeah, on the
thunder.
next
I
meeting.
wanted to recognize their hard work.
Okay.
You can't leave until you motion, vote to
Okay,
adjourn.
We have to vote to adjourn.
You gotta vote to
Go
adjourn.
to adjourn. Oh, somebody dropped their clarinet. Okay,
All right.
all right. All those in favor to adjourn signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, yes. You guys are great.
I will now call, we're adjourned at 12:21. Thank you.
Gonna go chuck some more oysters.
I will now call to
Clam
order.
chowder was good tonight, Mike.
And real.
Clam chowder was good
See
tonight.
you around the neighborhood.
I keep forgetting the name of the Riesling.
I will,
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
I will now call to order the Joint Committee of Infrastructure and Planning and Economic Development Committee. On March 31st, is it, no, on
April
April
1st.
1st. Woo-hoo! April 1st, 2022. A joint meeting of the Committee of Infrastructure and Planning and Economic Development Committee was held on April 1st, 2022 at 12:23 PM in the automatic chamber and via Zoom teleconference. AM, thank you very much. To access Zoom, and good luck here, please refer to the agenda on the city's website for the meeting link. Alderman at Large, Michael B. O'Brien Senior, and Alderman at Large Melvin Moran Jr. are co-chairs and presiding co-chairs. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Alderman Dowd.
Present.
Alderman Camo is here. Alderman Gavea.
Here.
Alderman Jettie.
Here.
Alderman Kathy.
Present.
Alderman Clemmons. Alderman Tebow.
Here.
Alderman Moran.
Present.
Alderman O'Brien.
Here.
Also present is Tim Cummings, Director of Economic Development.
And?
And Steve Bolton, Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bolton, yes. Okay, public comment.
Good morning, Lori Ortolano, 41 Berkeley Street. Couple of things. The comment about this information being available to the public is just not correct. And it's the information problems we seem to have in this city all the time. And it's insulting to hear, Mr. O'Brien and Tim Cummings say it's on the website, you can find it. Because the date of these drawings are February 11th. And there was just no way for me to know that this was the current information. You talk repeatedly about slight changes being made. They've been tweaked and tweaked. So I don't know when I'm looking at the agenda to come to the meeting that has no reference to the ordinance whatsoever, that this is what I'm supposed to go back to use. And it's just insulting that I asked yesterday to find out exactly what is it you're looking at. And, it's why I ended up with so many right-to-know lawsuits, frankly. With regard to this whole barrier discussion, I think Alderman Dowd made a comment early on about how this whole legal issue of what you can and can't do as a property owner said, if people have problems, businesses have problems, they can call the city. I knew he was exactly wrong on that comment. The city is not going to give legal advice to business owners who call. But I am sympathetic that I think they should know the property owner is going to have to be the dispute settler or the person who addresses what their leases want when it comes to sharing space. It falls on them. And it's not that we're giving them legal advice, but I kind of think of that guy from Gary's Boot who said, I called the mayor's office over and over and no one would address me. I sort of think you should have. I think ignoring them isn't the right thing either. I think it's wrong. And to at least say to them, listen, this is something you've got to take up with your building owner. They actually think that the city is responsible for putting the barriers down and that they should be calling the city to say, I want the barrier moved from in front of my business because all of my seniors who need orthotic footwear and handicapped people can no longer park in front of my store, and nobody in City Hall responded to them. So I don't, I understand absolutely what Attorney Bolton is saying. I'm not gonna write a legal letter, and I don't think you need a legal letter. But I think that
30 seconds.
People have to know, and again, I am not for extended outside dining that takes up any of the lanes. So I think you can still have the extended outdoor dining. You did a lot here, but let's keep it to 4 lanes of traffic. And I don't know why there was so much opposition to giving Wingates a space when we gave Glorious Possibilities too. I don't see the equity of what we're doing here. The cost thing really bothers me too. I think it was wrong to tell the citizens to wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing nobody in the chamber, nobody online. Moving to communications,
There is none.
unfinished business,
There is none.
new business resolutions,
There is none.
new business ordinances.
There is none.
Okay, there is one item tabled in committee.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Can I make a motion to remove from the table ordinance O-22-008?
Okay. There's a motion to remove from the table. Discussion on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please bear with me. Yeah, I just have a question. Seeing as how it's a late hour, I don't know if there's going to be discussion or debate on this. I didn't know if we should table and come back, or I'm not saying we have to or that I would make that motion. I just wanted to put it out there.
How late we stay is up to each individual member here.
Well, if I'm honest, I thought now that we've gone through it, we've amended it, we have the whole plan set, it's come to our committee, and I could be wrong, I think we table it, you have dates set for next week.
No, I clearly said that the agenda was coming forthwith on this. We have an agenda that was duly posted by the city ordinance.
I thought you also blocked up, but that's my mistake.
No,
I apologize.
it was done to the T.
And I think we have to remove it from the table in order to amend it with the recommendations.
Right, exactly. We have to remove from the.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, never mind. I'll
Okay,
withdraw. Go
all
ahead.
right, thank you. No, it is late, I understand, thank you. Okay, motion to remove from the table. Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I have
The
another
ayes have
motion.
it, don't see any nays.
Any nays?
Nah, I have another motion.
Okay. This is, now that it's removed from the table, it's open for further motions. Alderman Moran.
I motion to amend ordinance O-22-008 with the recommendations of the task force infrastructure and PEDC.
That works for me. Okay, seeing that motion, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
Just 1 second,
yes.
Mr. Chair. So it's to amend O-22-008 to include the recommendations from the task force, is that correct?
Yes.
And then if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna make another motion.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend O-22-008 in the section under 320-93 plan amendments. The language says, upon recommendation of the Director of Public Works and the parking manager, and with the approval of the Committee of Infrastructure, the mayor may adjust. I'd like to strike the 3 instances of the word and replace them with the word or, so that any one of those bodies can make a recommendation to the mayor without necessarily requiring the approval of the other 2. Doesn't mean that it will happen, it just allows the question to go forward.
Alderman Kathy?
Alderman Como is amending an ordinance, correct? He's making a motion to amend.
Yes.
Can you tack on another amendment to that, or because it's an amendment, you can't?
No, let's work with the one we
We
got
do them
right
one at a
here.
time.
Okay, that's fine, go ahead.
Alderman Theobald?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be for that. Thank you, by the way, Mr. Chairman. I'm not gonna be for that just because I think we can do new legislation at any time to rule that, so it doesn't make sense to put it in there, but either way.
I would like to say, whenever an ordinance is crafted, I don't write them. Legal writes them. So evidently, this has passed muster with the legal department. I'm not gonna mess with them. So I am not gonna support this. Okay, seeing that, I will, yes, Alderman Jettie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the amendment allows, in effect, would allow the Director of Public Works or the parking manager to recommend to the mayor that adjustments be made in the barriers without the involvement of the Committee on Infrastructure.
No, it says the Committee of Infrastructure and the Committee of
He means my amendment.
It does now, but if it's amended
Right.
the way that he is asking it to be amended, it would
That's
allow
Correct.
either the Director of Public Works or the parking manager.
He's
No.
just saying that's
Director
what my
Cummings, could you go
amendment-
with the clarification?
Yeah, no, I was gonna point this out, because I don't know if that was the intention of the sponsor of the amendment, but the way the current amendment is stated, it appears as though the Committee on Infrastructure would lose the ability to make approvals. It
Well,
would
I'm
be,
not giving any
If-
authority away from the Board of
Mr.
Aldermen.
Chair, if I could revise my motion,
Then therefore, yes,
I would revise it to include with the approval of the Board of Aldermen.
I would agree with that. I think the attention superseding legal, can you, want to pine in?
Well, I think there may be some confusion about what this language does and doesn't do.
Obviously, yes.
If this whole section about the mayor can make adjustments with the concurrence of this and approval of that and so forth, if this wasn't there, the only way to change anything in this ordinance would be for the Board of Aldermen to pass an ordinance amending the prior ordinance. This is meant, I believe, even though it's somewhat cumbersome to read, I believe it's meant to give the administration authority to act more quickly than sometimes the Board of Aldermen can act. If it looks like changing the times of operation or changing the way a certain block is configured more quickly than the Board of Aldermen would normally act. Typically, a member of the Board of Aldermen, perhaps the mayor, contacts the legal department, and says we want to do an ordinance to, change what we had passed last year. We'll get that, and it'll take us a few days to put it all together and seek input from finance on if there's any fiscal impact for the fiscal note. And we have to get that submitted to the legislative office on the Wednesday before a Tuesday regular meeting of the Board of Aldermen. Then that ordinance gets its first reading at that Tuesday Board of Aldermen meeting. So now we're at least a week in. Gets sent to committee, comes back to the Board of Aldermen. And if it's had committee, if the committee meeting has been accomplished, and committee makes a recommendation, and that ordinance goes to the Board of Aldermen at its very next meeting, which would be 2 weeks hence, then it could pass, and the change that someone thought was necessary can be adopted. And if the mayor signs it right away, that's fine. So now, we're talking minimum a 3-week process. Sometimes it's much longer than that. Sometimes the committee doesn't meet during that 2-week period. Sometimes it takes another 2 weeks after that, or even 3 weeks after that, depending on how the meetings line up. So you might be 6 or 7 weeks in, not uncommonly. So, but this doesn't prevent you from doing that. This language just gives what might be a more rapid ability to make slight adjustments. It doesn't take away any member of the Board of Aldermen's right to put in an ordinance that amends, repeals, changes any aspect of the ordinance that is passed. So the Board of Aldermen doesn't lose any authority by the language that's in here. If you don't like it, you can get rid of this altogether, and the Board of Aldermen retains all the authority, but you're never giving away authority.
Yeah, to me, thank you for explaining it, because it sounds something very similar of the governor's authority within the state. If the House, how can you get 400 people together in the House on the quick? So the governor, in certain circumstances, let's say there's a hurricane coming, and while the barriers are up, the Public Works says, hey, we need to clear passage, fire department. The mayor could make that decision. This could jeopardize that, because the alderman could not convene. So, Alderman Como, to that effect.
Yes, given the testimony just a moment ago from Corporation Counsel, and with the understanding that the Board of Aldermen can at any time amend this legislation or any legislation, I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you. The motion is withdrawn. Okay. Seeing that, Alderman Dowd, hold on, you know.
No, that's not the motion I was gonna make.
Okay, good. But you're on it quick, and I love your part.
I'm gonna make a motion to recommend final passage of R 22-008 to the full Board of Aldermen,
Okay,
Beat me too.
as amended.
okay. The motion is to recommend final passage of 02208 as amended by the task force of the full Board of Aldermen for final passage. All, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nays?
How many ayes?
Ayes.
And nays was 3, so 5-3.
So the ayes have it. Okay, moving on. Next thing is general discussion. Oh, yes, big time.
I just want to add one thing, that you guys all did great.
Yes,
yes.
I have to say that.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. As a pain in the rump some of you were, I do appreciate it. The input was superb. We got to the point, and you spared me from holding your nose to the grindstone for another night. Thank you for staying this late. Alderman Moran?
And I do appreciate everyone being, what's the word? Mindful and attentive to my devil's advocate approach, because I just want to make sure that we hash out as much as we could. And Attorney Bolton, I just wanted to I appreciate the back and forth. I was not attacking you earlier. I just wanted to make sure that my point was made. It was not an attack on you or your legal department.
Yeah, I did not take it as such.
Thank you.
Alderman Como?
Before I give Alderman Dowd the honors, I'd just like to say I'm gonna ice up my hand when we get home. We've made 27 motions tonight, so that's not what I signed up for when
Wasn't
I
my
agreed to
fault.
clerk.
Workman's comp.
Alderman Cathy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say that, similar to Alderman Moran's point that, it's nothing personal and we have to play devil's advocate. I've said before that I am a process person, a data person. Nothing I do is personal. I'm gonna comb through the data tediously, and that's gonna bother a lot of people, but we got through it, so I appreciate everyone's hard work and questions, and yeah.
Thank you. Alderman Kathy, just so you know, in my time on the board, 6 years, this one was one of the tough ones. So hopefully you don't have to weather this ship again, so. You all
I
did
do it for
well.
the people.
I'm proud of you. Right on. This was tough.
Yes, sir.
The worst one I ever seen. Alderman Dowd.
Not one of the toughest I've been at, but I make a motion to adjourn.
There is on the agenda public comment, and we do have somebody that was probably pining for the opportunity to get up here.
Wait, I shut the clock off.
Endless time.
Lori Ortolano, 41 Berkeley Street. You know, I would, as whatever you decide to do and move forward on, I would like you to be more mindful this year about data collection on these barriers. I mean, the data I did get only a week ago, to me, 6% utilization was really, really low for July and August. And I just can't see the justification for all the money that we're spending in putting these down. It sounded like Mr. Cummings is saying that we'll be contracting out this service now to drop them and pick them up, and what's the cost associated with that? I saw a lot of empty tables down there. I go downtown a lot, so that was my feeling when I got the data last week, and then I actually looked at it. It certainly matched what I saw, but it was actually quite a bit lower than I thought. And when Mary Lou mentioned that, you know, some of the specific times, I think she was looking at 7 o'clock at night, was heavier, it wasn't much heavier. It was a rainy season last year. You've got all these weather issues. I think the outdoor dining is fine, but I really question. I do think this belongs on the ballot, and I would be a very active person pushing next year to get the signatures to put this on the ballot. I think the way the whole thing was handled was really not right. And Alderman O'Brien, I think you were, you know, really hard on your public, and inappropriately so, with the agenda, how we were supposed to read it, the sign-up sheet. The whole thing was just this big, you know, squash on the public. And I think it's not a good look, and I think it's not necessary. It's hard for them to come out and sit here and see this. And there was a lot of confusion in here, too. It was confusing for us to watch this. I'm very conscientious of what's coming down the road with the assessments and the money. I really am knowledgeable about that, and I don't think the city's done a good job of educating the public of what's happening in that assessing office, and the fact that those depreciation factors were not set correctly. You've got a whole host of properties that are going to get hit, and I think you're not being as mindful of the money as you should be based on what's happening. So please, I would love somebody to tell me how that data was gathered, because I didn't get any information.
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get any information on how that data was gathered, but I would like to know how it was gathered. Was it parking cameras or light cameras that photographed, or did the restaurants, the 26, gather counting data for the city? I don't know how it was done. It would be nice to know, and I would really like you to be mindful of data, because you know what? I'm going to be mindful of gathering it this year and taking a look at it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody on Zoom.
Okay. Alderman Kathy.
Just kidding. Motion to adjourn.
Yes. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Yeah, we always got one. Gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This was tough.